needs to click those headshots, but B-Stick is ready for his second kill already on mid, and Stresshorn with Moto will close this one in favor of Sinners. So the first round of the second half goes in their favor, in their side. Well, clean shots, at least the ones we saw. Maybe we'll see more of them from the replay, and especially the B-Sticks one onto the catwalk, where Mr. and Becky found their graves. And it's pretty logical that Sinners will have a better buy into the round of 14.
Yeah,
but
going
Sashi
all in.
Opted for a 4 as well, why not?
B-Stick is gonna be flashed, but there's a lot of time and an opening for him to fall back to B, so he's not gonna be killed. That's very important for Sinners not to lose the M4 and the B side completely. That would be troublesome for their intentions of getting this conversion down. 3 M4s, 1 FAMAS in the hands of Sinners. And a Danish side, that's probably gonna be inching closer towards B. Still 2 players from the Sinner side ready for the conquest that's about to ensue. 45 seconds. The Stresshorn, okay, this might be a bit worrying for him, but he gets, okay, only 1 kill. And Chuck falls down as well. Oh, this does not bode well for Sinners. That's a save, probably.
Oh, well, it reminds me of Nuke, and rounds with similar buy from Sashi to this. It all seems like a same story on this very map as it was on the first round. As Storm's dog is barking in the background, Sashi are barking on the 10th round already, and they are looking to destroy Sinners on their map pick.
Hopefully that will take care of barking, but definitely Sinners barking up at the wrong tree, because I thought they would be able to defend the B sides. They had pretty good positions, but yeah, only getting 1 kill in that situation now is definitely gonna be only 1 result for them. Losing the rounds, keeping the guns, that's the maximum they would probably hope for anyways in that situation. But it's 10-4, and there's not enough room, not enough wiggle room for them to actually keep making mistakes like this. 3 rounds for Sashi to force the decider.
Well,
it's gonna be ancient.
Especially if you don't have Gisarek ready for it, it is a huge trouble. But Shock with a Swag 7 ready to take 2 of his enemies. And Acor on 2 HP. Suddenly a pretty favorable round for Sinners, as Gisarek is able to get a 2nd kill of this match. Or of this map, to be precise. Mr. together with Acor are only 2 men left from Sashi's roster.
Yeah, but that's delaying only the inevitable, because the HP, the timing, the information, it's all on Sinner's side, and they would hope to get the AK for sure. Because as we can see, the buy that they came into, this 15th round, was not much to talk about when it comes to Stresshorn and Shock. But he still managed to get those 2 kills in tunnels. 2 tombstones that are littering that position. And it's going to be a 5th round for Sinners, that's for sure. That's a given right now. But they need to string more rounds together to even hope for a comeback.
Three, 2, 1. Not a happy new year for Sinners, but a happy 5th round for them at least. They were able to take it in a pretty comfort way, but still a long way to go. And Gisarek doing his warm-up, doing his stretching to be ready to get a kills like this, ideally. Into the back of his opponents. That one was pretty easy for him. Well, let's move to round number 16, and the question is, will Gisarek be successful once again or not? Beastic, meanwhile, crossing into the pit, taking first duels as Gisarek is falling down. Zyphone is his death, but Beastic good for at least 2 trades, so the situation, thanks to him, is 3v3.
And Acre clinging to life, only 19 HP for the sniper of Sashi, and that's an important piece in this puzzle of the 16th round. Beastic definitely proved his worth there, and if he only gotten 1 kill, that would not be enough in this situation. But right now, Sinners, I would say they have the upper hand, given the HP, given the state of guns on both sides. There's only... Okay, there's actually 2 smokes, but they're crossing it right now without it. Getting to site, Moto is probably not going to be able to hold off the bomb plants, but the retake will for sure ensue from the Sinner side. Is there a kit? Yes, there is. On both Stressor and Shock, there are smokes, there are mollies, and there are flashes. I would still think that Sinners actually have it in them to retake this situation. The time is ticking.
20 seconds left on the bomb. When Shock is slowly getting in, but Acor in his back. Taking 1 hit, while Moto and Stressor will be able to kill both of their enemies, but there's no time. Or is it? This is looking close. No time for Stressor. Oh, and he lands on the roof, but still without a success for Sinners. Beautiful ending. Maybe on the ski jumps he would be awarded with some bonus points, but not in here. Here is the bonus point for Sashi, who were looking pretty doomed out after the 2 kills on side, but there simple wasn't enough time for Sinners to take the round on their side. And Sashi are almost there. 2 rounds left for them to take the opponent's map pick. What about Beastic? No success on the top mid. And Kabi in the lower tunnels is good enough for 2.
Nah, everything goes way of Sashi. Sinners simply don't have anything in response to whatever Sashi is doing, actually. And what a bummer, the last round. I think, oh, okay. Shock is alive and well. Not anymore, Kabi tries it out, I'm not sure. But he gets the kill on Gisarek all alone, 1v5. Honestly, not much of a chance to save this gun, to be honest.
And 2-12, horrible statistics on a Polish rifler for Sinners. He definitely has to step up for map number 3. Because without him, it will be a pretty troublesome way through towards the land. Gisarek not even winning this one. 12-5 for Sashi, and the Danish are almost there. Only 1 round, only 5 kills. That's all they have to do to make it 1-1 and to move us towards the map of Ancient.
Hopefully for Sinners fans, Sinners players actually will pray to CS gods, because praying is probably the only thing left in their repertoire to get this map for themselves, as it looks like. Beastic found a way to Gaben. 5v4 still, but the gun situation on the Sinner side is far from ideal, as you can see. Only 1 AK, and there's a scout and some SMG and secondary weapons. Stressor finds the kill though!
Ooh.
And this trade came late. came late. Becky and Mr. all alone 2v4 situation. And Beastie takes the goose position. Moto with a good cross. He's probably gonna fall back towards long. And this is an easy kill for Beastie. I was about to say. But he still manages to get it.
Well, it was a easy one, but you can't shoot enemies' heads when he's turned around.
Yeah, especially in the CT side.
It was pretty harsh for Beastie, but he was finally able to kill his planting opponent, so Sinners are slowly getting there, but still 6 rounds in a row needed to take us into the overtime, and honestly, Storm, I don't think they will be able to do that.
Well, this tournament is coated in a medieval theme, so of course we can talk about some fantasy of Sinners hoping to come back from this situation, but given the reality, I don't think that's gonna play out, that's gonna happen. What a story that would be. 6 rounds in a row. Moto was hurt. There was a lot of sound cues for Becky and company to actually go towards A. He tries his luck with an HG. Of course, he doesn't have the information if it hits someone. And he's not gonna get the kill. But Sashi will plant the bomb, and that's gonna be a really hard situation for Sinners to retake from.
Missed Molly from Moto. Not a positive information as well. 30 seconds of the bomb. Still the king. Happy with a boost. This should be a easy kill. Well, he's not shooting. He's still waiting behind the smoke. Good decision making. 10 seconds. No.
That's not enough
Sinners,
time.
they don't have enough time to retake it. This is slowly getting GG. A-Core with a last one. And this BO3 will get all of its 3 maps.
Oof, what a map by Sashi. What a way to turn it around after Nuke. After what they gave us on their home turf. Now to give it back like this in such a dominant fashion. That really does bode well for the Danish side, for the decider itself and Ancient. Oh boy, we were talking about how nice it would be for us to actually get to the 3rd map, and we are actually there. We're closing the door behind us to and opening the door of Ancient. But of course, we gotta talk about Sinners. We gotta talk about the individual performance of Kisarek. I'm not one to hate, but of course, 4 kills, 2 of them actually in the last 2 rounds. He managed to find some impact, but if you are to win maps like this against such a quality opponent, you just have to have all the 5 guys performing at the same level.
Well, 4 kills are definitely not enough, and of course as well, Moto was missing.
Yeah.
If we compare the both AVP players, A-Core was much better than us too, and Sinners, they have to hope that their OP player will rise on Ancient, because if not, the playoff spot will go to Denmark, and Sashi are definitely on the right path. If they will be able to close this one on our decider, we will find out after a short break.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top like. Hold up. Yeah, I can never doubt myself, I know better. All of you critics be acting like you know better. Blowing the smoke, but I know when the dust settles. Said I'm in my element, it's evident that there's levels to the game. All of those dark nights I got then, breaking my back to make it out, got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help, I know you wishing me well. A penny for your thoughts, but seeing no change. I snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad ass son, I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up, whole team with me. But known for my city like OAGZ. Set the pace as long as you finish. Consumers find a way inside your business. Babble if they try to dabble in it and they hate the fact that they may have to witness. You tryna aim for the top like this, and you're in your element with a fire like this, and they hoping you fall and they praying you miss, but it's all in the risk. I got you with the switch, you know. I'm in the zone. Give me the throne. One shot, that's all that you got. That's all that I know. Foot on the gas. 155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, cause I know I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. Keep that same energy. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Flow is like water. I'm forced through the fire. I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth. Following God and you grinding. You do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center. Word to Spike Lee. And God came in the nick of time. They think I'm crazy, but I might be. Let's run it up, run it up, run it up. We beating the odds just to sum it up. You know it's a rap, never waistlines, and I'm cutting the weight like a tummy tuck. That mean I'm about to give it out right now. You see what's coming down the line, I never pipe down. I give 100% of me, trying to stun on my enemies. In my element, as crazy as that might sound. I'm in the zone. Give me the throne. One shot, that's all that you got. That's all that I know. Foot on the gas. 155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, cause I know I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. Keep that same energy. I'm in my element. Never switch up. 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 Keep that same energy. Never switch up. I'm in my element.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
I had to switch up the flow, show you the way that it go. God is good, but his life is hard. But it gets...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the decider of the first BO3 that we are actually seeing in this whole tournament. Sashi against Sinners, and I would say, as we all predicted, probably even you guys in the chat, that's going to be a close one. And of course, it is. And Ancient is actually going to have to decide who or which of these two teams is going to get a ticket. Gonna take the berth straight to LAN. And as you can see, thanks to production, it was 39. Dust for Sinners, Dust was 6-13 from the Sinners' point of view. And each team, of course, took the map of the other one. So, classic CS, as I would put it. And hopefully, a banger of a show on map Ancient.
Well, I'm looking forward what we will get from these two teams. If we take a look at the stats on the decider, Sinners are slightly better. 16 maps played, around 70% win rate, dominating especially on the CT side. But Sashi are not dead behind. 4 maps played and really dominant on the CT side. However, their T side is looking way worse than the Sinners one. So maybe that will be the difference maker. But of course, Sashi, they already have history on Ancient on this tournament. They've won against Fnatic 13-5, so they have really successful. result in their bags. On the other hand, Sinners against Clutch Chain 13-3. So 2 dominance Ancient. That means we will have a close one today, definitely.
But so far it seems that Sashi is eager to follow the pattern. As you said, previous results on Ancient is a given, but so was Dust 2 against DNC. 2 very similar results, not even a single double-digit result against Sashi in this tournament. And so far it seems that they're gonna take Sinners accountable for their sins on the previous map. But Ancient is underway. Decider. Let's see how both teams fare. Sinners on the CD side. That's gonna mean something. Stressing with the dualies up close. And he's not the only one.
Beastic in Donut, he wasn't hurt, and this could be an easy kill. And double from Beastic as Moto is turning his aim on as well. And Stressarn here with dualies. So 1 kill can be enough, or should be enough, let's put it that way, because Kabi is left in 1v3 and he won't do any troubles. And Sinners are taking this one home. First point for them, and they are starting Ancient a little bit better than the previous map. Of course, Dust, let's say, wasn't their best we've ever seen, but they have to buy a forgiveness letter now on this map.
Yeah, but what a setup by Sinners. They managed to get the bomb, of course, then it was so much harder for Sashi to get it back and commit to some side. But, I mean, from Sashi's point of view, pick your poison. It was either Beastic, Stresser, or whoever was at the other ends of the pistol, punishing them for all their errors. And so here we are, second round, Sinners with the better guns, but not with the first kill. They will allow their opponents to actually plant the bomb, and that's a luxury situation for Sashi to be in. Oh, that's an M4 for Becky. 3v3 retake. I would still favor Sinners, but still, that's a lot of damage for Sashi.
Well, and damage is going on, and Shock will be surprised. However, he's able to turn around so fast, but Becky is on Ramble ready with his M4, and Moto doesn't have a defuse kit, so he has to save. And once again, Sashi are successful only with Tech 9s. Storm, that's crazy. What are we seeing here today? Each map and scenario is the same. Sashi are dominating with Tech 9s.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. But as you said, I think it was on Nuke. If we replay back, what a Sinners way to lose a round. I think that's the best way to put it. And I think not only Stresser is definitely thinking about it as well. But man, you gotta win those, especially on Decider, after winning those pistols. So it's 1-1. Great way for Sashi to reply after those pistols. And this is definitely gonna be another drama in making. I think that's pretty much sure for as of right now.
Well, another title breaker on the esports webs after the transfer of Kerrigan from FaZe to Falcons. The second headline will be Sinners still losing against Tech 9s, because this show is going on, and hopefully the Tech Pulse will not.
Yeah, it seems like there's a player cam issue that we're having as far as we have been informed of the production, so I think that's not gonna take a long time. That's always a bummer, but of course, when it comes to the online parts of the tournaments, some hardware will always fail. Maybe the webcam fell, actually, if we were to play with words. Preston is not happy with how things fare out for Sinners right now. Yeah, I mean, you gotta give it to him, because Sinners are the main favorites here, not only in this duel, but in the tournament itself. And they were taken to Decider after Not a good showing, and that's to put it mildly on their own map pick. Winning the pistol and losing the conversion, and Beastique is all over inside his own head again, as he should be, because that's sadly one of the issues that Sinners were always not in control of. Sorry, these anti-force rounds, they were always their kryptonite. And Mr. Ever so happy. It seems like we are gonna be back live with the third rounds. Ladies and gentlemen, take a seat back, enjoy some good beverage, and tell us which of these two teams you're actually rooting for.
Well, in last year's edition of this tournament, players got a taste test of the local sweets, so maybe you got inspired by it. And maybe you will get inspired by this very push by Sashi, which isn't as successful as it looked on the first glance, as Shock is able to get out 2 enemies. But Zyphon will secure the bomb site for Sashi. He has to plant it though, and the HPs aren't ideal on Kabi as he is falling down thanks to B6 MP9. Zyphon alone against Kisarek, 1v1 and only 3 HP on the Danish.
Oh, this might not fare well for the last remaining Danish player. Of course, Kisarek is also tagged, but he has an M4. He has a smoke in his disposal, and that's a very valuable commodity. But, oh my god. Kisarek actually makes all the Czech and Slovak and Polish fans really happy right now with how he managed to pull this one through. And that's the round for Sinners. So after a surprising round win by Sashi in the previous round, oh boy, how the table has turned.
And of course, along the stream, the team's influencer and one of the oldest Czech streamers is live as well, so he'll be definitely happy for this Kisarek's achievement. Sinners are 1 up, but still a long way to go, and especially Sashi are here ready with once again a buy that's not the best one, but can do a damage. And Mr. already dinks Beastique, sends him to 5 HP. And this can start the trouble because Sashi found that no one is guarding the ape site and the bomb will go down.
That's not gonna be an easy retake. We can see 2 players in the temple praying for some hats to actually get rid of with their AKs, or actually Galil, sorry. Oh, Moto falls down. There's 1 trade, but that's not gonna be enough. Bomb is still ticking. But there are defusal kits near the waist of all Sinners players. 14 seconds. There's not a lot of information to go off of, and this is a round for Sashi without any trouble whatsoever when it came to the retake situation at the end. Great round by Sashi.
Well, once again, I honestly have to look up the English transcription or the English word for it, but in the Czech we have some pretty good word and suiting for this situation, which is kolovrátek, and it's something similar to a spinning wheel, which goes on. And still the same scenario.
Sashi round comes back around.
They actually won 2 similar rounds, only with some Tech 9s and not the best weapons they have. And it's enough.
Yeah, Sinners would hope to exploit the secondary weapons at these close-up positions as well, but they are not given the opportunity to do so as of right now. Kisarek is gonna shoulder peek in a short while, I would presume, and that's almost a kill. But Mr. prevails. Oof.
But definitely possibility to take the space for Sashi in cave as they mollied Kisarek out. Well, Moto is getting back on his initial position, but Kisarek is ready on ramp and suddenly he's ready to surprise iPhone. But A side is clear once again, just like in the previous round, and Sashi know it. They've already rotated and planted a bomb in there. And yeah, you may say it's 4v4, but 4v4 that in the first glance looks unplayable for Sinners. There are 3 players stuck in Temple, already out, and this will be an easy farm for Kabi. Maybe not, Moto is ready for this kill, but still this should be a round secured for Sashi. And it is indeed. Sinners players are only running away to save their weapons. 1 M4, 1 AK and 1 MP9. But the rounds go to Sashi.
Yeah, there was some damage to be done, but of course the main difference maker was not only the guns, but there was no defusal kits around any of the wastes of Sinners players. There was not enough time, not enough utility, especially smoke, to try and go for Ninja Diffuse, and all those things made a cocktail that simply made no sense to drink for Sinners. Managed to save some guns. You can try again in the 6th round, but still, I would not say that this buy is competitive. It depends on the situation, of course, but Kisarek has to make a difference here. He has to find the impact, but he doesn't. Those 2 kills are probably gonna seal it for Sashi in round 6.
Looks like number 4 is secured. Moto up close against Mr. Won't be able to kill his opponent, and that looks like another save for Sinners. They can't go for it. No defuse kit, no primary weapon on Shock as well. Maybe he will be the one searching for exit kills. In theory, with Stressarn, that's a possibility as well, but Sashi will stay alive in many players, and they will secure the 4th round. And 4th round in a pretty, let's say, comfort way.
Yeah, convincing manner, definitely. I have to agree with that. Sinners have to do better. And of course, we can talk about how they didn't really have an economy to buy enough quality weapons, but that's gonna change now. Now is the time for Sinners to, I would not say make a comeback, of course, it's 2-4, but to actually get one on the scoreboard as well after some while. And that's one of the main issues for Sinners. Even though they win on rounds, they have a trouble with stringing them together. And especially on CT side, that's simply gonna result in a broken economy.
Quick trades on the B-bomb side. They go in favor of Sinners at the end of the day. Because it's 2v2, a bomb still not planted. And the players will go back. Stress are already up close, but Acor got better angle against him. That means Moto has to clutch 1v2 situation. But he's fast enough. If he will cross, it could end in a positive way for Sinners, but it will not. And Becky is ready with his M4, and already 5th round for Sashi to seal the deal. And these are getting pretty onto the saddle of this game.
Yeah, what's interesting is that there's not a lot of mid-fights. Of course, from Sinners it makes sense because they don't really have utility and guns to go for it, but still, crucial point of map, and so far not contested so much. Anyways, Sashi finds success on sites. It doesn't matter if it's early round, mid round, low rate round. They are simply the better team right now. And they're gonna hope to prove it even in the rounds with number 8. So there's with not enough utility, not by a long shot, but still at least some M4s. And if not now, then when? They simply gotta do something.
Mr. Waiting. Only a few steps away from window.
Oof.
Maybe a re-aggression by Stresshorn. What a angle! How did Mr. C shock and kill Stresshorn? That's unbelievable. Of course, there is a moto, but still not definitely a successful trade for him, as he's only killed a few seconds after his colleagues, and Acor getting his 8th kill of this map. This B-Stick will save his M4. Stylish howl, but not so stylish a result from Sinners. Sashi already climbing up to their 6th point. And wow, what a game by them.
Yeah, it seems like there's no one or nothing to actually stop this fight that's rolling towards Sinners. The 6th is all but secured. It's gonna be official very soon, and Sinners on the heavily favored CT side. Ancient is one of the most CT-sided maps in the current map pool, and they're losing by a huge margin. 4 rounds in total, and these 2 kills, the second one especially, should not have went the way of Mr. But I think that's I don't know how to actually put it. It simply doesn't work out for Sinners at all. It doesn't matter what we are talking about. The duels, they're not winning them. They're not figuring out correctly what their opponent is about to do, and of course failing in that as well. Hence the timeouts that we can actually see, and apart from Kisarek, of course, that we can physically see right now. But Sashi are well on their way, and I would say that even if they probably lost most of the next rounds, they would be happy with the result of the first half.
Definitely. And I can't see the scenario where they lose the 9th round, honestly. Only 1 and 4, the rest is only pistols for Sinners. Moto will die. First man minus on the defensive side of Sinners. Shock is trying to make some damage through the smoke, but won't be that successful. Oh no, this is looking like the 7th for Sashi already, and the pace is incredible for them. Okay, nice shot though from Max Kopil, but
hardly changes anything. Yeah, hardly changes anything. Of course, 2 guns in the disposal of Sinners, but we are closing in and really inching towards the closure of the first half. So, at least something, but it has to give Sinners a round, because getting those gifts, getting those exit frags in the grand picture, if they are not going to win at least 2 more rounds, it's not going to mean anything to them. 7-2, what a huge difference. And it seems that since that's 2, there's really only one team that's presenting us their A game right now, and that's Sashi.
Well, hard to judge what are we seeing, because it's pretty dominant by Sashi, and surely it doesn't look like the Sinners should be favorite of this matchup, because this is pretty one-sided. Ancient from what are we seeing. Acor will be fleshed out, but what now? Zyphone is ready for almost instant trade, and Stresshorn is dead as well. They should know about Kisarek, because he is playing usually around the B-bomb side. Zyphone will look his position, but Kisarek is better in this situation. Well, still a 2v2 and pretty playable for Sashi, despite the fact they've lost a few members in last few seconds.
And this is not the first time we have seen this situation, and it's always played out in the way of Sashi. And with how things are going right now, Sinners are gonna have to be quite aware of that fact. Cab is still waiting out for an opportunity to present itself, but it seems like Kisarek is gonna be happy in his long spot. He has the ability to dance around the corner, and hopefully for Sinners get at least one headshot. 30 seconds, and Sashi have a decision to make. It's the 10th round, of course. Economy is so strong that there's simply no thought about saving whatsoever, even without any information on their side. Gabby is gonna peek, and he knows where Kisarek is, and the rotation is gonna be very fast. Gabby is able to actually plant the bomb. But look at the HP of Gabby. 16, but he still lives through all those bullets that were flying his way.
Gabby up close, finds a headshot on Kisarek, and Moto, last man standing, 64 HP again. Pretty unfavorable situation, and Mr. is ready in his bags, and he's turning around to not see his own fate. 8-2. That's really brutal.
Yeah, but I think it definitely follows what we actually see on the server. It's not any sort of a fluke. Sashi are simply the better team right now. And they're exposing all the weaknesses that Sinners are showing them on their side. 11th rounds, and Sashi are on their way to actually make it 10. Oof, BC gets the kill. At least the open for Sinners. At least the open. Stressor was flashed. BC actually trades it back. And for the first time in a long while, it seems that Sinners might actually be able to pull through with this round.
Kisarek waiting for the duels in cave, but no one is coming in here. All three Sashi players are stacked on mid. Side by side, slowly clearing mid towards Donut and towards the A-bomb side, where is only B-Stick, but Shock is ready for the retake or rotate, let's say, but more likely the retake is the thing he has to do, because B-Stick didn't do much.
Oh,
and Shock falls as well. Wow.
Oh my.
Total destruction, and Sashi are confident and pretty comfortable in what are they doing right now against their opponents. One-sided T-side, they are entertaining us currently with the best CS possible, because Sinners are just clueless what to do, but no answers, so many questions. And Sashi, meanwhile, they are dominating.
Yeah, there's just no way better. There's no better way to put it than they're definitely dominating. They're annihilating their opponents on the CT side, and as we said before, in a standard situation, this is a heavily CT-sided map, but it doesn't look like it, and statistics are right now thrown out of the window. And the Danish side is inching ever so closer to Alan Berth. Last round of the first half, and the question remains, will Sinners be able to get at least this one round? It's gonna be very hard, because BC didn't see his opponent, but Mr. had the better angle, and he actually saw, I think, the gun barrel there. And that's another open for Sashi there.
Oh, Zyphon seals the deal against Kisarek up close. Shock with not that of precise spray against Becky. Moto on Orb will just walk straight towards A-Core as he's ready for Stress Iron. Okay, nice swing though from Macedonian, but this is all we've got. 10-2 and dominating showing from Sashi.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
And what a banger it is. We promised it, and here it is. But only from one side. Sashi are effectively dominating the decider. 10-2. Incredibly good showing from the Danish side of things. And Sinners have a very hard task in front of them. Win the pistol, of course, but then make a comeback. On T side, out of all things, out of 31 last rounds, Sinners only got 8. And now they're gonna win a lot of them.
Shock with double kill. Okay, Beastic joins him. And this is B-side secure for Sinners. But actually, I didn't expect that round from Sinners to be that fast. I just wanted to point out that a part of Stress Iron, the kills are pretty even on both sides. So it's surprising that Elite is that brutal. But yeah, of course, the saving games and so on are definitely a thing to talk about as well. But yeah, still, kill-wise, it's pretty equal. Score-wise, not so much. But we have to add the word yet, because Sinners still can do something with the result. They started in the best way possible. They took the pistols on their side in their pockets, and now they can go on.
Yeah, of course, it's influenced heavily by the situation in the first half, where Sashi were managing to get to the site, plant the bomb, and then a lot of saving on side of Sinners. It's probably what caused this stark difference between the rounds and kills on the side of Sinners. Well, let's see if they fare up better. On the T side, they started out well, with the right foot, but they have to follow through, and that's one of the hardest things to do against Sashi this good. Yusarek on track to find the kill, but to no avail right now. There's a lot of room to fall back through, and he doesn't lose his life. That's the most important thing for him. Beastic actually peeks out of the cave, but look at Becky and Mr. 2 kills. And suddenly the situation takes a turn for the worst in when it comes to Sinners.
Well, what's up with round number 14? Situation number-wise, a bit better for Sashi, but still the guns are better on their opponents. So Sinners, in theory, should be able to clutch this out. But we've already seen a really good CS from Sashi.
Wise choice.
So I wouldn't be that surprised if this went in their favor. And Zyphon is here with headshot on Moto. What about Stress Iron? He has C4 on his back, and he slowly has to go in the side to blend it. Mr. remains last in 1v2 situation. He's already on CT, and he knows the first blend was a fake. but Stressarn still has to put the time capsule down, and Mr. kills him 1v1 against Shock, and only 7 seconds left. Shock has to stick the bomb as Mr. is going in, and he's killing Shock. 11-3 for Sashi. One-way ticket towards the play in is torn apart because Sashi, they want to go straight to the land.
Oh, what a play. What a play from the Danish side. 1v2. Again, another clutch going the way of Sashi. And of course, this kill was instrumental towards the success. But Stressarn, look at it. You can see how important the information is. There simply wasn't any on the side of Sinners. And the lack of time. Everything played its part in the destruction of Sinners in the previous round. But there is only ever so much room for errors right now. Sinners simply have to do with what they're given. 8th round is what is separating us in between these two teams, and Mr. who's definitely not gonna miss those. 2 kills on his side. Might be a trade. No, he even gets back to Donut with 16 HP, and man, this is worrisome for Sinners.
Bomb has been planted. That's obvious, but what now? The retake will be easy, I believe, for Sashi. Shock and Modo, both on 100 HP, but now Shock is being traded, and Modo's position is now known to Sashi players.
Ooh.
But he's turning around, he's clutching the round for Sinners. Quad kill for Modo, and crazy play around a default. Maybe last chance available for Sinners in here.
But what a way to pick the one we want. Of course, a showing of game sense, but a brilliant trigger discipline from him. Right down at the end, the Donuts, 4 kills in total, quad kill for his player, and not even with his primary weapon. Hats off. What an instrumental, what an impactful play from side of Modo. And it began so well for Mr. Yeah.
So the other players of Sinners will get infected. And maybe that will result in a little bit of closer match. Because this decider, well, yeah, Sinners won the last round, but it's still pretty one-sided. Still 7 rounds different between the two teams. And there's players, they can't look happy despite the winning previous round. They are still far off their opponents. But judging by the cam on A-Core, we can see the buy won't be the best on Sashi. So maybe 11-5 for them. But, you know, it's always questionable, as we see in the previous rounds, which Sinners lost. So the worst buy doesn't necessarily mean lost round.
Cabby is trying to crawl to X-Pack's position. Mr. falls down. Cabby tries his luck, but yeah, he falls down with 1 kill, which is not probably gonna be enough of a difference for Sashi in this round. But still, they gotta be happy with where they are right now. And Becky makes them a bit more. But Shock and Modo, quick response, and now it's all up to Xiphon. 3 kills to find, and not very much to play with. When it comes to information or the guns in his disposal, he only has a Deagle in his hands. Capable of a lot of damage, that's for sure, but winning the rounds, no, I don't think so. It's probably gonna be a 5th for Sinners, but still a long road. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Xiphon takes the pixels out of the body of Stressarn, and that's gotta hurt. AK on top. And Xiphon is gonna be happy with how this played out.
All he has to do now is take a break, wait for the next round, and utilize the stolen AK. I don't think that should be a problem for him. 14 kills are already on Zyphon. One of the best fraggers of his team throughout the whole BO3. And as I've expected, the score is indeed 11-5, maybe 11-6, because there won't be any primary weapon on Sashi, a part of that AK that they've saved thanks to Zyphon.
But still 6 rounds, Scotty. That's a lot of rounds. Of course, the beauty of CS is that the economy plays its hand in the result. So if Sinners win 2 more full buys, maybe 3 more, they're back on track. But that's a long road ahead of them. Gabby gets a refrag actually with his USP in the cave. 2 players
1
stacking
HP. It's crazy. Gabby, he's able to take the space, take the kill as well. And it's 3v3. But it's all about Stressarn and Shock right now. How these two will be able to perform. Because Gisarek, I thought after this fight he would be out. He's not. He's still staying alive. But only one bad look can decide his fate of this round. And if Mr. shows us something with his deagle, this can still be pretty interesting. Stressarn is clearing this one.
It's all up for Becky, and he falls down, and I think with him falls down a chance for Sashi to actually clinch this round for themselves. But Mr. still with the deagle and with the pre-aim, but Stressarn goes in with the crouch peek and takes the kill, especially important for Stressarn because I don't think he's happy himself with how individually he was performing on this map. Especially given that on the first 2 maps he was by far the best players on the Sinners roster.
Well, that sucks, that hurts for Sinners, but it's worked for his teammates to make it a little bit better for their team. This is a team game, of course. This can't be only about one player. But without him, Sinners are only like a half of the Sinners.
Very much true. Baker's probably gonna get in contact, and he found the one spot, but he's not gonna get punished for being in.
That's crazy by Mr. Moto's down, C4 as well. Good information for Sashi. 50 seconds to the round. As Sinners are crawling on Heaven and slowly getting towards the B-bomb side. Interesting stuck by Sashi towards Donut, where 3 players are playing already, and 1 in a red room. But this will be a B-pop, and be a retake must come. And with this kill, it can be pretty comfortable. Depends what now after the Kissarex success on to Heaven. Now Shock against A-Core into Cave.
That's safe. Has to be.
Yeah, it should be.
But definitely a very well played by Sinners. And I mean, when it comes to utility, perfectly used flash to actually get into this side and push the long player in a more defensive position that secured the plant, and then good molly to separate the player on the CT side actually and kill him. And this separation led to this situation. And 7-11 from Sinners, and the comeback might be real. And if this works out, then I probably will believe in some higher force, because Sashi looked so dominant, so sure in themselves. And honestly, by the way that Mr. peeked from the red room, the confidence was oozing. Not only from that player, but Sashi are well aware of what they're capable of in this specific matchup.
Now Mr. Fast attempt onto the heaven, where he's turning around towards the elbow and killing Stressorn, but Modo will utilize the boost. Finds the equalizer, 4v4 suddenly. When Siphon is locked on the B-bomb side, he's trying to take the duel and he's taking it really seriously. But Beastic and Modo will take their kills on the B-bomb side as well. Well, Mr. What are you doing in here? First kill heaven, second one from inside of the cave. And the situation is once again tied, 2 versus 2. When the Sashi players are both around the B-bomb side, just like Sinners. Kabi spotting Modo, killing Modo, and the last man alive is Shock. Who knows about Kabi? But he doesn't know where Mr. is. The last position where he was is in cave. But he's far, far from there.
Sinners didn't really have much information to go off of, so they actually stayed on the ramp because they didn't know where all the players were. Now they know. At least Chuck hopes he knows, and he's gonna find the plants. And if there is one guy in the Sinners roster who's supposed to clutch situations like these, it's definitely him. But he has to be him with the capital H if this is about to work out. First, he doesn't know if anyone is gonna come.
There is a smoke. That should seal the deal. But it's 10-second defuse, so no defuse kit on either of Sashi's player, but the timing will go in Mr.'s favor. 12-7 and 5 match points for Sashi right now on the line. And Sashi are only 1 round away from their LAN attendance.
Yeah, 4 rounds in a row for Sinners, so they definitely were able to break their curse from Dust and honestly, even from Ancient. But that's not enough. They still have to win 5 more and in a row. That's harsh. That's crude for them. But there's simply no other way to do it. And Sashi are so close. Mr. is definitely having a crown upon his head of this specific map spot. Kabi, no, simply there are no kills going the way of Sinners, and this is not enough. Isarek had to get at least 2 to make this playable for Sinners. Now, it's a fantasy, but fantasy that might come true if the Polish player actually gets even Mr.'s life. No, that's so hard to do.
Shock is searching for answers, but a bomb far away from him. In a B water, he has to go all around the map to at least have a chance to win. Meanwhile, his opponents are playing together, at least Mr. together with Kabi. A-Core maybe will be able to hear Shock. He has to run. Then the information will be obviously in Sashi's players' headphones, and in a few seconds they should rotate towards the B-bomb site. Now A-Core has to hear him and look at the radar. Mr. together with Kabi already rotating, and A-Core will be the man to take it home. Sashi are the first team that advanced to the LAN stage of Tipsport Conquest of Prague in a huge style, in 2-1 win against team seeded #1 against the home team Sinners.
Yeah, those 5 Ironclad boys are definitely gonna be the first one, and honestly, who would have thought at the start of the tournament, out of the 16 teams, that it's gonna be the last one to get in? And yeah, the Danish boys simply surprised everyone, including myself, and they managed to take the berth to the actual LAN in Prague. And yeah, judging from how everyone was actually praising the LAN last year, I think they have something to look forward to. But Sinners, man, this gotta hurt for the Czechoslovakian fans, of course, Polish fans, Macedonian fans, and so on. But that's what it is. On Dust 2, there simply was not enough from them to actually do anything. And on Ancient, they woke up too late. It was a lethargic entry into the map, and it's only got a bit better on the second half of the T sides, half of them, but simply wasn't enough.
Definitely a hard test before the other tournaments that Sinners are looking forward to.
A worrying sign.
Exactly. So many question marks, only a few answers that we have from their showing in this match. But that's definitely not the end of today's plan. And you've already seen the second match that we are waiting, and it will be Tricked versus Johnny Speed. So definitely one more interesting match that is ahead of us, and we will get there in a few minutes.
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napijeme.
Aha, a jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je? Nebo jsi smyslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Regin, coach of Hello Freiburg, thank you so much. Regin, coach of Tricked Esports, thank you so much for coming to the interview. A bad start for you to the tournament. You are on the verge of elimination. So what is the atmosphere in the team today?
I mean, I think the first game against Alliance, we definitely got outplayed. They were just a better team, no question asked. Best of one, when you lose that many T rounds, you have to do a combat, and we didn't do it. So well played to them. Against NIP, we threw that match really hard. Like, we had a really good situation, 12-11, managed to fumble that, and credit to them. They won fair and square. What happens in the best of one, but definitely felt like we threw that, so a bit of demotivation, of course, but we just went back to practice a lot, and I felt if we can play like we did in practice, we should have a good chance.
Are you in a tempo right now? Are there any more tournaments you are playing on right now, or you are just playing Conquest of Prague? And that may be a problem for you, since you are not in the full focus, in the full circle, maybe?
No, I feel like it's more us playing online that it has to do anything else, basically. Like, we struggle really hard playing online compared to the LAN environments, which we've been grinding a lot last month. Right now, we only had the Tipsport Conquest of Prague, and then we're gonna have some other online tournaments later. Can't remember when it starts, but I feel like we just have to find our flow on online as well as LAN. Like, it's no excuse to play badly online, and it's just how it is, and we just have to get used to it and be better.
Of course, today you were playing against Johnny Speeds. They were playing interesting opponents, and they were actually putting out a good show. So what do you think about your today's opponent?
I mean, we played them 2 times earlier, as I believe, and we came out victoriously both times. Today is the best of 3, but it's online, and if we can't find our level from practice and LAN, then it's going to be a really tough match. But we just have to do our best and see what comes out with it. Like, in the end, the team is still young regarding the players and stuff. Lacking of experience, and if we don't show up, it's gonna be hard. But if we do show up, I do believe that we're gonna win fairly easy if we show up. But they're a strong team as well, so there's nothing taken for free here. So
So in terms of your current feelings, percentage-wise, how much big of a chance you are giving yourself?
That's really difficult, right? Like, it depends how hungry the players are to win today, I would say, and what level we're showing it. But in the end, it's online. I would say it's a 50-50 match in the end. Maybe slight favorite in our favor, but so maybe 60-40 in our favor. But with our recent performance, I would probably go into a 50-50. sadly.
All right. And then we are looking forward for a tight match. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck.
Thank you very much, bro.
Hello, Freiberg. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. A tough start for you to the tournament. Why do you think so?
I think it's been a hectic period for us. We've had a lot of games, less time to practice than when we have a lot of official games. So I think we've had a very up and down period lately. So with more practice now, we've had a few days of practice in between the last game and this one today. So hopefully we'll be more ready for the game today and can improve our lowest level.
Yeah. Also, you got a really hard draw because some of the favorites, you play them in the early rounds of the tournament. Would you say it's better for you than right now? Maybe you might be in a better shape because of that, because they tested you better than other opponents, maybe?
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, I still think the game against both games against Sinners and Ecstatic, I think we were close of winning. There's a few rounds and a lot about the economy that didn't go in our way, those games. So those are also the best of ones. Now we're done with them, and I think we are more comfortable in the best of threes, to be honest. So it's gonna be I think we're looking forward to play the best of 3 games now, at least. Yeah.
You're a very young and talented team, and right now there is not much tournaments because we are in that weird timing before the major and when the next major circle starts. Do you feel like it might hurt you because you are not playing much competitive matches?
I mean, we have been playing incredible amount of matches. I think we're above 100 maps past 3 months, so there's been a lot. We definitely need the time to practice, and we still have like a few LAN events coming up and at least one more online tournament. So we have things in our schedule, but we also do need the practice time a lot. So we're completely fine with the schedule slowing down a bit now. Yeah.
So it's pretty much the other way around than I said. In front of today's match, how big of a chance, percentage-wise, would you give yourself? Because Strict, they are struggling as well.
I would definitely see us as favorites. We have played them quite a bit. I think they have had maybe the upper hand in a few of our matches, but they have been close. So I think it's 55-45 in our favor, but then again, it's Counter-Strike, right? Like, depends on which form we bring today. We have been up and down, but if we can bring our A game, I see us winning this game for sure.
Then we wish you a good form, and thank you so much for the interview, and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back. As we promised, we're back. We're back with the second match of this evening, and a match of a completely different spectre. Because before, what we have seen was a essentially qualifying match for either of the teams, and Sashi were the team that actually got the upper hand of Sinners. But right now, it's a Nordic battle between two very young teams with experienced coaches that's going to decide which of these really one of the favorite teams to actually get at least to play in is going to fall off this wagon. And if it's going to be Ragin, if it's going to be Freiberg, we're going to see, Koti.
Well, I will maybe turn a little bit from your words because I have to look a year back. I'm pretty happy that on this very tournament, on Tipsport Conquest of Prague, we have so many legends of this game. Last year it was Glaive and Krims. This year, Freiberg in role of coach of Johnny Speeds, and Lekro was his player. So that's really incredible for me. To be part of something like this, and it shows how versatile the CS2 is, that even players that were once on the very top places of the world ranking are now here on this tournament. But let's take a look at Tricked as well. Iceberg, Salazar, Leaks, and Boy, and Nikki B roster mainly around young players with average player age around 23 years of age. On the other hand, Johnny Speeds are much older. Their average player age is 26 years old, and it's funny because Joe Cap, for example, is only 20, so that only shows how, let's say, not young are his other teammates. For example, Lekro, 32 years of age, and Noct, 28. So a little bit clash between maybe two of generations amongst the players.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see all the 5 players of Johnny Speeds in the presentation before the battle ensues. But definitely a sight to behold, that's for sure. And I'm really excited about not only these two rosters clashing, but when it comes to the coaches themselves in this duel, because there's a lot of experience. Freiberg, especially, of course, lengthy career, medal-cladded career of this player, huge legend of the game, as you just said. But let's put that aside for now, because there's Vito, and what I'm pretty sure we're not gonna see is Dust2 and Ancient, as one of the picks are actually bans from both sides. But maybe there's gonna be something that's gonna surprise us.
Ancient only as a second ban here in the veto, Dust2 confirmed as the first ban. And it will be Ancient as a decider. So Overpass, Mirage, and Ancient as the maps that we'll see. And I'm quite happy with that, because we didn't see Overpass, we didn't see Mirage today. So a little bit of change. And the predictions are a little bit in Johnny Speed's favor.
Makes sense.
As they are a little favored in this matchup, which is more likely to end under 2 maps or in 2 maps than the previous one.
Yeah, definitely. If there was a duel that I was expecting to take to 3 maps, it's probably going to be this one. But as Freiberg and Rajan actually both said in their interviews with Dafka, they did say that they played, and it's true, in the quite recent times. And at those times, actually Tricked had the upper hand in all of those duels, apart from one Overpass. Otherwise, it was 4 maps for Tricked. But of course, since then, there were some changes on at least the side of Johnny Speeds. So we're going to see how this fares out today. But the stakes are incredibly high, even higher than the match before. So buckle up, because none of these teams is actually going to slow down, because if they lose completely. They drop out of the tournament, and that would be a shame for either of them.
Well, I am expecting a tough battle on Overpass, at least, because Trick, they've played it 11 times in the last 3 months, and they've lost only once. They've got 13-0'd by Ants. That was quite a surprise.
Easy for Ants.
When I take a look at the result, because they didn't have a chance. Only 1 open kill throughout these 13 rounds for Tricked. But Johnny Speeds, they have played it for 32 times. That's insane. And they are on a quite a good win streak. They have 12 1 overpasses in a row. But of course, they have some tough losses as well. 2-13 to M80, 3-13 to K25. So some tough matches as well in their history. But 12 overpasses won in a row. Definitely a good showing from them in the last weeks, last days. So the overpass, I'm really looking forward to it. Maybe the biggest question mark is Ancient for me from Johnny Speeds. They've played 5 times, but their opposition tricked 15 maps played in the last 3 months. So it's kind of clashing between quality and quantity alongside through the veto.
But what's even more surprising is that usually for Johnny Speeds is a first ban. In 74%, 57 times. In the recent times, they actually banned Ancient. So for it to actually go through as a decider, it's gotta mean something. It's gotta mean some sort of a preparation. And Freiburg said that they had an up and down period. A lot of officials, a lot less of training. But they did have some time right now. And might be just what caused Ancient to go through. Anyways, Overpass is opening its gates to us, and let's go and see what each team offers to us on this map.
Johnny Speeds on the CD side, while Tricked will be playing T's on the first 12 rounds of this map, and quite a slow approach to the first pistol round from Tricked, who are slowly walking around the fountain towards Banana. Or I believe towards the Banana. It wouldn't make sense to go downwards towards Connector. And it's good old Contact A.
Yeah, I mean, if it works, right? And it usually does work, at least in securing your bomb plant, which essentially just happened now. And Johnny Speeds is gonna be speeding towards a swift retake, that's for sure. Of course, there's no kit, but there's a lot of nades to be used during this retake. But it's Nicky B with the first blood of this whole game. So far, so good for the terrorists. Nicky B is waiting for the opportunity. A perfect spot for a close-up angle with the Glock. But look at the post-plant positions of all the terrorist players. That's insane. And Heap, this is gonna be extremely hard, especially with dualies. And there was only one loss of life on the terrorist side. What a clean round from them.
Even my headrest went down from how quick the defuse of the T's was, or not a defuse, but unliving, let's say, unaliving their opponents while they were defusing. Tricked are 1 up, and of course they will have so much better buy than their opponents in the second. Leaks already speeding through the short pipe. But here comes the surprise. All 5 Johnny Speeds players are ready on the B side, and the Leaks is trying to spray, but only 3 kills is all he will get. Meanwhile, Boyle and Salazar they clear the job, and it's 2-0.
Yeah, it's so much easier for the AK if he doesn't get Ferrari peaked or whatever baited for the jump of one of the players. He can actually hold down the mouse bump button and hope for the best, especially in a close range like this. And a caliber of 7.62 was definitely a dominant part of the second round win. Tricked, therefore, on the second round. Conversion was successful, but now, that's a different story. Johnny Speeds with a wholly different arsenal. Hopefully for them, wholly different arsenal than Arsenal in Premier League. But that's a different conversation to be had.
Well, they are still first, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, but what a way to bottle almost all of it. Anyhow, let's get back to the server. Johnny Speeds with all to prove with this current buy. There are 5 M4s. Of course, the nades are thinning as we go through the rounds, but there's still some to be played with. But Heap is gonna go for the duel. Of course, he's gonna hope for actually going back, and he has enough support to do so. So that's a first kill for the Swedish organization.
First kill, more to come. A split once again in Tricked Plays book. And Joe Kappa is the one who's finding it out. Kill against Boyle through the smoke. Norka against Salazar. And Nork is able to delete Iceberg as well. A quick trade right on the front porch of the 8-bomb site. And Johnny Speeds will take their first point as well. Important one in the first full buy round. Because if they lost this one, it would be crucial for them.
It's unfortunate. Definitely did go way of Johnny Speeds. Unfortunate for Trick, of course. But they still do have some money left over to actually buy something decent. No AVP, of course. That's no surprise to anyone, given the state of finances. But still, 4 AKs. And even helmets on all the players, and Joe Cap just tried it out. Wallbang through to Leaks. And he did connect those shots.
Oh.
Okay. We did connect some cheating. Yeah, but from production, so that's okay. 5v4 situation, and Johnny Speeds are right on track to actually get a second round in a row. If they play their cards right.
Well, production turned off their code, so what about Heap? He has to turn off the switch
the bait
of the
switch.
killer. Yeah. Because his action switch was killed by Nicky B. And it's 4v4 suddenly. B-bomb side, Lecro and Iceberg. First one will be more successful. And now it's only on Salazar with Tech9 and Nicky B. Not on the best amount of HP. However, he will still get a refrag. So it's 3v2, but good spray through the smoke will result in Salazar's 1v3.
Yeah, but Salazar managed to get the bomb and at least some additional money for his team, and that's a mission completed by this player. It's gonna be 2-2, that's for sure, but at least something for the Danish team. So the Nordic Derby so far is even at the beginning of Overpass. And as you said in the opening minutes before the duel actually ensued, this is going to be a tight battle, given the statistics of both teams on this particular map. Insane percentages, insane amount of maps played, especially on Johnny Speed's side. I mean, was like 50 maps played out or something like that. Insane number. Maybe even more. It was a huge amount of games and a huge success. And so far they're finding success on the server as well. Technical pause, not a tactical pause, as you can see on your screens. So we're gonna wait for a bit. So far, no information given to us about what is going on. But hopefully that means it's not gonna take a long time.
Well, meanwhile, we have a news to share, because just a few minutes ago, Czech legend Oscar announced his retirement from professional gaming of CS. Wow. Player who was here last year, at least on the local tournaments, or maybe it was 2 years ago already, with Team Titans, and who was playing for Sinners for quite time, of course. Mouse and other legendary organization has decided to step away from gaming, or at least at the active player role. But there was just a quick, let's say, note just to fill the gap.
Yeah, honestly, wonder what's in store for him, but let's see what's in store for the B-side in the 5th round, and it seems likely that Jokup is gonna have his hands full, but now he quickly disposes of everyone presented to the end of his gun, of his barrel. And all in all, pretty clean round, of course, with some blood drawn, but that's about to happen with rushes like these. And Explode to the side, 2 kills. but that's enough. 3-2 for Johnny Speeds, and now the fun begins again, because Tricked are gonna be locked and loaded, especially in the gun department. No AVP still.
No AVP, but loads of rifles. The most successful will be the one in hands of Heap, who is good enough to kill Nicky B at the start of the round, and Crispy AG under Salazar's legs, which will send him to 80 HP. How about Leaks through the full flash? He's able to kill Sapak. And that's quite a answer to the first kill of this round. How about Lekro? Decored by many achievements, but not in this fight. Iceberg is more successful, but other of Lekro's teammates will make it 2v1 for Johnny Speeds.
Oh,
while
Molly
Boy
fails.
is the only player alive from Tricked, and he's still around the B-bomb side, but still not a bomb on his back.
Yeah, that's the main problem, of course. If he had the bomb, he would have planted it and given him some sort of a chance. But I gotta commend Johnny Speeds on the usage of utilities right now, because if Boye was on the default with the bomb, he would have been dead. There was an 8-stack. And Boy is gonna fall down right now, thanks to Knock. Quick trade, and of course the disadvantage for the last remaining player of Tricked in a situation like this. His only hope was some sort of a lineup, but that didn't go through as he planned. And another round for Johnny Speeds, but it looked so bright for Tricked. But this kill, I mean, how did they not win this one?
Seventh round, here we go. Here are some traces of hope. Noko will have a time of his life, or at least this map.
Oh,
Payback,
okay.
Close timing. That was pretty dangerous, but together with Lekro, he will be the king of short. At least for now. Joe Cap taking care of Monster and Salazar, while Nicky B is the only soul on the top part of the map from Tricked. And he will slowly get, I think, to the same page as his teammates. That means under the ground to the grave and straight to round number 8. I can't see any drama in here. Maybe one kill, but that should be all.
Yeah, it's just about 1 or 2 kills. If this connected, I would have been extremely surprised. But I didn't. 5-2. To no surprise of anyone, given the state of affairs in the gun department for Tricked. But again, another chance with a full buy in the next few minutes for them. And the Danish side definitely has to sink their teeth into it. Maybe that's why we can see the first tactical pause of this game. And great setup by Sapek and Lekro. Sapek, of course, knew that there probably would be someone peeking with the right timing from the connector, and Lekro actually had him covered. So,
I don't know if Iceberg is that vocal, or he has just a really strong mimic.
Isn't he Italian? At least looks like it right now. But of course, it's okay to be vocal in this situation. Still a lot of rounds to play with. Yeah, that's true, but you didn't really pick up the right pace. That's what probably Iceberg was saying to himself and his teammates. In the tactical pulse, that's in history right now. Let's focus on the present. And Tricked definitely hope that present give them some sort of a gift in this round. Christmas still far away, but Tricked definitely not that far away from their opponents.
Double HE towards the Toxic. Lekro still almost full HP. Still good enough for him to make a damage.
Oh.
How about Heap? He will be killed by Salazar, who had it scoped for quite a long time. 50 seconds left in the 8th round. Meanwhile, Tricked are still all around the map. It's still not that readable. Where will they go? But it slowly starts to look like a B.
Yeah, and Lekro is gonna be aware of it very soon, and he actually takes down Iceberg.
Oh, it's fake. It's fake, and the bomb has been spotted by Nog. This should cause a rotation, but Nog is able to kill 2 of his opponents. How about Joker? Hiding behind the track, and Leaks has to go in 10 seconds. He has to plant, but he has to kill as well, and that's something he won't be able to. And Johnny Speeds take 6th point.
Yeah, the bait was simply not effective enough because Johnny Speeds didn't really have a need to over-rotate in that situation. A bait by 2 players remaining or going towards A, but those 2 kills were such a clutch moment for Johnny Speeds. Yeah, and they are well on their way to speedrun the first half with a very, very impressive score if they continue like this.
Quick short pop. This boost won't make a difference for Sapek. No kill yet. How about short retake? Sapek is looking for his 7th kill. But denied for now. Leaks the only player from Tricked with a primary weapon. I don't want to say that he's the only one that Johnny Speeds should be cautious about, but he's definitely on the radar.
Oof.
And maybe Iceberg should be as well, because it was pretty close. Good jump spot for Leaks. He saw 2 players in water, but Tricked don't have anything on top side of the map, so the outcome of this round is pretty obvious. They have to go for the B strike, and it will be quite a success because Nicky B and Leaks found kills in quite a quick time, but the rest is history.
Wow, what a first half so far by Johnny Speeds, and everything essentially going their way. Nice setup on the B side, 2 players in the water. Definitely knew how to swim. That's to be said about Sapek. And Tricked are out of ideas, at least it seems like it. And that's a bad thing when you're on a side that's supposed to actually, you know, dictate the tempo of the game. Oof. Sapek was pretty close to getting a kill in the smoke. But what Tricked actually can do about this? Johnny Speeds, huge momentum that they're in. Only thanks to themselves, of course. But Tricked are simply not winning those duels.
Iceberg up close, sneaking in, but Sapek will read it. Crazy.
That was supposed to be a kill from Iceberg, but he didn't connect those shots. I'm not sure if there was some minuscule movement or whatever, but still, that's a perfect example of what's going on with Tricked. Simply duels going wrong. There's just not enough confidence on the trigger. Not enough precision, maybe. Maybe both. But the end result is the same. Maybe now Nicky B with the kill, a nice timing, but still 4v3, 29 seconds, and Nog finds this kill.
How did he see him through the smoke? It was fully bloomed already, so I was kind of surprised that Nog did connect his shot.
Well,
Hard to say if he had some kind of visual information, or it was just Hit or miss. Well, Salazar and Nicky B both up close, and now Salazar is dead. Nicky B has to clutch it. He won't be able to, and Jonas Speeds are ready for their 8th round, as their CT side is looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, in their previous encounters in the last few months, actually the only map that Jonas Speeds won was Overpass.
So it's quite a surprise that Rick decided to play it.
Yeah.
But I believe that Regine maybe opted for some counter-stratting or something. Well, didn't work out, as it seems.
So far, definitely not. And that's not up for discussion. That's pretty much an objective fact, given what we are actually seeing on the server. Freiburg was confident that they had enough time to training finally after some time of playing a lot of officials. He mentioned like 90 or 100 maps in the last 3 months. That's a huge amount of maps to play. But it seems like training actually came into fruition, at least on the first map so far. And Trick definitely have to find some trick up their sleeve, because 8-2, man, that stings.
Smoke right in front of Heap, just for him to have more of the breathing space, so he can fall back and play a little cheeky off angle. And maybe to lurk around Iceberg, who is slowly getting into the toilets. 4 players in the upper toilets. Only Salazar will be left on the long ones. What about Leaks? He is able to kill Sapak, and this causes a rotation, and Heap knows is all. Look at this, easy kill for Salazar, but Boy is still ready on lurk, and this will be easy kill back. Now it's just about Nook. He has to find his skills, his shots, but default is not mollied enough, so Iceberg will be able to plant. And now it's 2v4. Joe Cap on AK, Nook on a WP.
But there's no reason to save. There's no reason to save. Because we're inching so close to ending the first half, and look at the money. Nook doesn't see anyone, so maybe that would be the logical conclusion to this situation if they actually do go back.
Well, it's only 10 seconds, maybe exit frags, it's all they want. And now maybe 2 will be reality. No, just 1 exit frag. Iceberg is running away from the bomb, which will cost him life. He took a longer time than needed to sit around the bomb to make sure that enemies won't go for a ninja defuse.
But that can actually mean a difference, a whole world of difference, because yeah, of course Rick win the round, but there's not that much of a money for proper, you know, full buy with full nades right now, I think. There's gonna be a decent amount of nades, but it's not gonna be perfect.
Well, we will see. Here we can see Galil on one of the monitors. Here we can see only Knife.
Yeah.
Thanks to the huge light. And this is already a CT spawn on Sapex monitor, so... Well, some primary weapons on Trick's side. Definitely.
Yeah, there's definitely gonna be primary guns. It's just not gonna be ideal.
Yeah, the question is how many AKs or Galils there will be.
Yeah, that's the main question, right? Technical pause, we'll see how this is gonna be long for. Still no information from the production, but hopefully that means, again, it's gonna be long. In the meantime, you can tell us in the chat on Twitch which of these teams is a team of your heart, or just someone you choose to cheer for. Of course, as we have said, Freiburg on one side is a huge incentive for anyone to actually watch this duel, and for him it's one of the biggest opportunities, the first one actually on this level in the coaching department. And oh boy, does this player have a lot of experience to give to someone else, especially given how vocal and expressive he is. I think any team would be happy to have him behind their backs.
Warm has been planted, so pretty quiet announcement that we've gotten there. And pretty slowed down, of course. Replay and the slowed images. We are getting the best of the past rounds. Meanwhile, we are still waiting until one of the players will connect. It looks like it's all done, so let's continue round number 12, the last one in the first half of this first map between Johnny Speeds and Trick. So will it be 9-3 or 8-4? That's the question.
Let's look for an answer, and of course Johnny Speeds has right now better, I would say, writing pen in their hands thanks to the buy that they actually have. They have an op in the hands of Nock. Kinda rhymes, to be honest. A player who actually knows Czech Republic and Slovakia quite well, given his affairs in the last years, especially with Styko. But let's go back. He takes the first kill again in the toilets. Nicky B holds the angle, but there's no one. And by no one, I mean Heap, who presents himself to him. Very focused. Still very steady by Nicky B. He knows he's still there, but Heap has enough support, I think, in this situation. Ooh, okay, that's gonna be a kill. No chance for Heap, but there's a trade. So it's still 4v3. 42 seconds. That molly is gonna delay the plans a bit for Trick, but not long enough. And it depends all on Sapek. He's gonna get the kill, the second one as well, and this is a tragedy for Trick. Oh my god.
Blake's is the last man who can do something about this round, but his position is unveiled, and Nock is already on point in heaven. 9-3, and Johnny Speeds are winning in first half.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
What a performance by Johnny Speeds, and this Nordic duel so far has one winner in the first half, and that's Johnny Speeds. The Swedish side was dominating in the first half, and there was simply no weak link to be had. Tricked, frustrated, especially as we could see on Iceberg side of things, have a chance to turn this around on the preferred side on this map. But it's 3-9, and they know that winning the pistols is the necessity in this situation. But Heap answers with 2 kills. And that's JoeCap, 2v2 situation. A huge throwdown of arms in the monster. And now a bit of a downturn in the tempo of the game. Both sides need a time to think.
Well, checkmate position here. Or let's say pat position here. Because no one wants to show himself to his enemy. And that's why we are still waiting for another action in the round with number 13. JoeCap and Nok decided to do a really slow approach to this 2v2. They are just slowly crawling and sneaking past the fountain onto the banana. Definitely two highly different pistol rounds that we've seen throughout this map. Tricked with their contact through the banana and then pop towards the A-bomb site, and now Johnny Speeds who are trying to push B side. And boy, oh boy, here on another side, it's A, where JoeCap has to finish. 10 seconds left. He has to plant. He does have smoke. That can help him definitely. But Iceberg is trying to tap her out, and JoeCap is only at 24 HP.
Yeah, he has to play around the smoke, and he does it even with such a low HP on his health bar. Wow, what an impactful round from him. 10-3, and the hope of coming back for Tricked is slim to none now. As I said before, the pistols were simply a necessity from their side, and they didn't do it. Even though I think Boy played it well, Iceberg simply didn't follow up through, and it's a double digits for Johnny Speeds.
Yeah, and with one pistol rounds, they of course have the chance to make it 11 with the better buy consisting of 3 Galils, 1 AK and 1 Mac-10. So that's pretty good for Johnny Speeds in this round. But CT's opted for a force buy, so little flashbacks to the previous matchup we've seen between Sinners and Sashi, where these kind of buys were pretty successful for Sashi. So we'll see what trick are Tricked hiding.
Hopefully for them, something, because so far it doesn't bode well for them in this matchup. And let me remind you, on the left side of the HUD, you can actually see this is definitely a pick of Tricked. So all the more trouble for them. That's to be said. But this is for sure a round they can win, given the buy that the opposition has and how the cards are played out right now. 35 seconds. Johnny Speeds very slow in their take of either of the sides, and it looks like it's going to be an A choice. Let's see if it's going to be an A result of this choice as well, but this is a great kill by Salazar. Second one! What?
Salazar quick scoping around the bank. Heap and Nok are the kings of the situations, with Lecro sealing the deal for Johnny Speeds as they have 11th point already. Whew.
Whew. That was close. That was a bit too close for comfort for Johnny Speeds. Maybe that's why there's a tactical pause. Number one on their side using a Freiberg, but they still managed to clinch it. I mean, what can you do when you're tricked in this situation? It seems like a similar situation all over again before, in the match before. And both of those maps on Dust and on Ancient as well. They simply didn't have any answer for whatever their opponent was cooking. Definitely tasted well for someone who was interested in the match himself, not the team that was losing, or actually on the losing side, which were Sinners before and right now Tricked. But yeah, Johnny Speeds so close to winning the first map, and in what fashion?
Well, now or never for Tricked. They have to do it, but only 3 primary weapons. The M4 will be good for 1 on Joe Cap. Lecro, however, ready for refrag. Leaks up close, successful with MP9, and Sapek is dropped. Lecro still alive, but only 5 HP left. Definitely not great forecast for him in 15th round. Tricked. Now they should just play in these 2-2 setup. Play on refrag, play together, and I think they should be good to go.
They should, that's for sure. At least still jump spotting there. There's a slight gap to the monster on his left, and he would hope to abuse that. Oh yeah, that's kind of sting that actually didn't connect, but right now it did. With the help of the bullets and HE. Look at the HP of Heap and Lecro. They're pretty close to calling an ambulance or calling it quits at the 15th round because there's simply nothing to be played for, given the situation they're in. And Tricked might be onto something, but I think that's a stretch because they still need to win 7 rounds in a row, only to make it a draw, make it a level again after such a long time. And Johnny Speeds, I don't know, man. From what I've seen, I think they should be able to close this one out.
Well, they look pretty comfortable on the CT side. However, now it's the side where Tricked are. So maybe we'll see. Those 7 rounds in a row you've mentioned. Who knows? Oof. One more at Nate in the slowed down replay looks even more scary. What about Nicky B? His fast push, but not a successful one thanks to the smoke, which was in a way. I believe that if there weren't if it wasn't the smoke, he maybe would get a kill. The first one is in this round, but like this, no chance available. Well, Tricked are still looking for Iceberg to wake up. 2-12. Not a good showing from him yet. But let's hope he will get up, as I have said, and he will help his team because Tricked definitely need it.
Whew. That could have been much more damage from what I've seen. But that's HEs and CS2. 5v4 still, and so nothing to play with regarding GSP in this round. Maybe if Sapek and Lecro find something in the next few seconds, might change my opinion, but Nicky B is gonna be fleshed out here. But Salazar, what an angle from Bank. Definitely not collecting anything else but the blood money. And that's another kill, and another. And Tricked is going for the 5th. 5-11, still a 6th round gap between the two teams. That's a lot, but the gap is closing ever so slowly.
At the end of the day, Salazar, not Salazar, but Iceberg got 2 cheeky ones, so maybe this will motivate him into the next round, and this is the starting point for him. Nicky B with running molly to block the enemy's push, but JoeCap is respecting that. He doesn't want his HPs to be reduced by it. This is a must-have round for Tricked. I don't think Johnny Speeds will surprise them in any way. Only 1 deagle. That's all they have ready on JoeCap. The rest of the team only with Glocks. And this is I believe around where you want only to wait for your opponent's utils and somehow lure them out to use them, because you can't really make a more damage than this economical one.
Yeah, you gotta bet on the quantity, and of course, if you have some flash and a smoke, and use them to actually get into the site. But without any utility whatsoever, this is gonna be, I would say, very troublesome task for JSP, and boy, might be in trouble depending on. Okay, he actually managed to go back. Ooh, the timing, league skill, Sapek, and yeah, this is definitely sealed. Jukev might be living a bit longer, but his fate was inevitable. Sorry for that. 6-11. Another closure of the gap. And of course, for Tricked, it's easier because for every round you win, you essentially force your opponent to go into economical recession. So basically winning 2 full buys might mean that, oh, well, 2 or 3 full buys, might mean that Tricked are on level with JSB, and boy, what a comeback that would be.
Well, Northern Derby is still on. Missed shot, however, from Salazar's op. We are waiting for the opener of the 18th round. Iceberg only on jump spot. Meanwhile, Sapek is hiding in short. Interesting position for NKB. However, he is expecting that one.
Ooh.
Interesting wallbang, not that far off to find a kill.
Yeah, that was some points.
Close one from Iceberg. Honestly, I don't understand how he didn't get a kill. Maybe the players in Con were hiding behind a corner, and through the X-ray, it looked like they are straight in the hallway. Who knows? Well, we have to focus on the future. And that's the 5v4 in favor of Johnny Speeds. Leaks with good off angle, but Lekro is ready for that, and he's ready for boy as well, but Iceberg crazy around the pillar.
What a chaos on the B sides, but it looks like it's Johnny Speeds who are thriving in it. Salazar alone with an AVP. Of course, if he had, I don't know, an AK on 4, maybe he would have gone for it. Maybe he still will go for it because of the score. But it's gonna be so hard for him to pull through. Patch this one out. Iceberg was so close to a quad kill, and that would make such a difference, but he...
Well.
Okay, this changes things, and of course Salazar switches to an AK. There's a lot of sound cues. He switches to a nade, but he still lives and almost clutches it. But it's Nog who has the final say in this duel, and that's the 12th round secured for Johnny Speeds. But what a chaos. What a chaos.
Crazily close. For Tricked. This could have been the 7th round for them.
He was expecting the second player there playing the anti-flash. In this situation, I mean, it wasn't even an early round or anything. It was just a gamma stack. But he still managed to read this situation well. Hats off to the guy.
Nicky B, in this round, he was successful in this heroic play. Pretty aggressive one. I've seen it on TikTok a few days ago, so maybe that's where he inspired. Well, honestly, I don't think so. I think he had it already in his thread book, but
maybe he inspired the TikTokers.
Yeah, that's possible. Why not? Well, Tricked are definitely the team that is around already quite some time, so maybe someone saw it from Nicky B. But he has to do more to make Tricked alive on this map, because Johnny Speeds still have 6 map points on their side. Salazar zooming to the bathrooms. Now to the banana, but he doesn't see anyone. Now it's a success against Sapek, and almost he was able to kill Joe Cap as well. Now here comes the mess against Lecro, so maybe T-side will be able at least to plant, but boy comes against the smoke and through, and that's how you make the 7th.
I mean, the bomb plant would have made some difference, but given that it's only 600 per each player and 300 for the planter, they still wouldn't have a buy, at least a full buy in this coming round. But still, Tricked are alive and breathing, but they definitely need some support. And I'm not really talking about oxygen here. But this is a chance, this is a hope. This is at least something palpable for them. 5 rounds in a row, that's their mission. That's what they set their eyes to it. Their sights to, sorry. Salazar still holding the angle. He's there not alone. Sneaky B up close and personal with M4. Taking the fight to Sapek if he dares to peek. Oh yeah, I love this position.
Yeah, already pushed Iceberg, and we saw the X-ray. This should be easy multi-kill. Oh, Nork checked it, but this still won't be enough to help Johnny Speeds unveil this position, or let's say kill Iceberg on it. 8th round for Tricked. We are still continuing. Still going on the overpass. Map pick of Team Tricked. That's crazy, you just decide to jump around like this.
I mean, when else than if you have a buy like this? But yeah, it was similar to watching a Flying Dutchman, but in this case it was a Swedeman, I would say. But still, 4 rounds for the Danish side of the current affair to level it out and take us to the OT. I'm actually not sure on the top of my head if we actually had some OT in Conquest of Prague this season, did we?
Can you repeat that, please?
Oh, if we actually had an OT in Conquest of Prague this season yet. I'm not sure.
We had already one triple OT.
Oh, okay.
And a few of the boring default ones, where the matches ended 16-14. In the first round, I believe,
the classic CSGO
it was Eyeballers versus Unity on Mirage.
Oh yeah,
where it
that's
was
right.
14-16.
Yeah.
And then it was in a day 2, one more 16-14. But I'm not really sure who it was. It was Young Ninjas against Tricked, so Tricked already know how is it to play an overtime. It was Mirage as well. 16-14 to Young Ninjas, and that was the matchup which sent Tricked down here into this match against Johnny Speeds.
An unfortunate match for both teams, of course, but Leaks definitely not the unfortunate one in that particular duel. And Tricked definitely pulling some trick up off their sleeves yet again. Still clinging to the hope, clinging to life. 5v4, not enough time to be honest, and a nade, a smoke in Monster that's gonna dissipate in like 10 seconds. Yeah, this is a bad situation for GSP, and Heap and company are calling it. This is basically an invitation to save. There's nothing else to play for, and it's gonna be 9-12 from the point of view of Tricked.
Now it's confirmed. Nork, Jocab, and Heap are only saving. They are praying that the cities won't push. I'm quite surprised they didn't, at least on the lower part of the map, because their financial situation is pretty good. And thanks to that, I believe that these will have enough money to buy something better. because they saved in 3 players. Okay, I was mistaken. They've opted for a utility. Well, why not? And we've already seen today that even the Tech 9s can be good enough.
Well, after this round, they're gonna have a full lot bonus, so that's gonna play in their cards, of course, especially if they manage to plant the bomb. So this makes perfect sense. Play around the 3 AKs and hope for the best. Fingers crossed. That's definitely something that their fans are doing right now. And the Freiburg-led side is still 1 round away from getting the map of their opponents, getting to Mirage with a clear head. But that 1 round might prove to be very difficult for them yet.
Nicky up close, but those flashes won't force him to peek. Lekro, he did hit Nicky B, and unlucky timing. He didn't know where to look earlier, and already 4 primary weapons on Jonas Beats, while the situation round number is 4v4 on the server. Did pop flash, will blind Iceberg up close on long, but boys both did on a truck as well. Iceberg, however, is able to kill, but only 1, and Sapek with Heap are ready for refrags. And 3v2, this is a welcoming gift for the A bomb side. This is welcoming gift to end this map, and it's over 13-9. And Johnny Speeds are taking their opponent's map pick on their side in their favor.
Yeah, it definitely seems that Freiburg was speaking the truth. He said finally they had some time to train, and it did prove itself enough for the opponent on the first map today. Trick are losing their map pick, and so yeah, what a smooth try to actually come back from a very unimpressive start to this map, but they were close, but still really far away from their opponents. And Mirage is going to be extremely hard for them. As you just said, it was Mirage on which they played 1 OT. They lost it, but I think it was against NIP Academy, right?
Yeah, it was against Young Ninjas, and
Yes.
I'm just quickly looking at the last results between these 2 teams. They didn't play Mirage this year. They've actually played it last year in the Galaxy Battle of Phase 4, and Tricked won Mirage 13-7.
Yeah.
But roster was a little bit different. We had Nodius there for Trick. We had Croc as well there. And on the other side, it was as well 2 different players for Johnny Speed. So this is a whole different story. How will the Mirage end? We will find out in a few tenths of the minute because we still have a short break in front of us.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Isten hozott a híresek csarnokában.
Vítejte v síni slávy Tipsportu, místě zasvěceném největší komunitě sáskařů. Profi výbava analytika plechtiček, který inspiruje.
Co děláš?
Držím palec.
Ukáž?
Držíme palce všem sportovním i sáskařským hrdinům. Tipsport.
clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better.
Hello everyone, and after a short break between first and second map, we are back with a match between Tricked and Johnny Speeds. So the first map went in favor of the Swedish team. Overpass picked by Tricked ended in 22 rounds. The result is 13-9 for Johnny Speeds, and now they can close this series on their own map pick on Mirage. But as we've seen already today, the map you pick isn't always the best one, or the one where you will finish the series.
Yeah, definitely. And when we look at the stats, Tricked obviously had some player popping off, and that was Leaks. 2.08 impact, 25 kills. But apart from him, not many of his companions were actually on par with his performance, and that was one of the main issues they were facing at the first map. On the other hand, Johnny Speeds much more even individual performances across the team. So I would say wholeheartedly a team effort that managed to win them the map pick of their opponents. Now it's Mirage, a tough map to actually get from to Ancient. Huge, I would say wildcards in the whole veto for both of these teams there. But we're gonna see how Mirage is gonna pan out for the teams, and especially Tricked. They are 1 foot away from dropping out of this tournament, and that would be a bummer for them.
Well then, let's go for it. First round of Mirage is here and is live on our screen. So while Boyle is slowly getting towards the A bomb site together with Iceberg and Nikki B on ticket. And this looks like a cheeky little fake that Johnny Speeds did prepare. Salazar is expecting that, and that's why he's shooting around with his dualies, and he is able to find 2 kills. Leaks with 1 as well. And this looks like a full read by Tricked.
Yeah, very well played. Especially when the guy with the dualies was flashed most of the way through, and they still managed to hold off on the B side. They didn't work out as expected, and Johnny Speeds are going to suffer the consequences, that's for sure. Because Nock and Lekro are the only 2 alive, and what do you want to do with the situation? Not many options to choose from. That's a certainty. Nock would have to go insane and completely bonkers in this situation. He has a Glock. That's a mighty weapon in the close range department. But Lekro is not finding heads. Oh, so close. That might have changed the narrative a bit in the first round. Oh, Nock with the first kill. Oh, how didn't he die? But he still managed to do it. Iceberg with the 2 kills, and Tricked doing the pistols, and Iceberg is gonna be much happier than he was in the majority of the previous map.
Yeah, he was pretty loud, pretty talkative all the way through Overpass. Now, hopefully he will stay talkative, but with more of a positive manner. And here, the Surgeon's precision with USP. Well, only Nock on the other side on Johnny Speeds was able to take a kill. This is a must-have round for Tricked. Only 5 Glocks, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, only 5 Glocks on Johnny Speeds buy.
Comparing those 2 buys, there's just no way the Trick lose this, right?
Right.
But, right. That's the question, isn't it? But yeah, if it comes to an apartment duel, I think 4 is going to prevail there. Nikki B trying to find the opening frag to no avail right now, but still nothing changes in the percentages I would give in these duels. Iceberg waiting for the opportunity to sink his teeth into someone. On the other side of the map, it's Salazar who actually finds the first blood, and Iceberg follows through with the one of his own and the second one. Yeah, that's a blood payment for the apartments, that's for sure. 2-0, that's the results. Without losing anyone, the perfect round for Tricked.
Well, the third round slowly coming. We'll see much better buy from Johnny Speeds in a few seconds after the replay of the previous round, which was just a, well, let's say round that we had to see in order to get into something funnier. And now show must go on, and hopefully show with big S, because now we can see 2 full buys, not even a bonus round for Trick. They have 5 and 4. The utility is good as well, so this is something we are glad to see, and hopefully the players will fight for it.
Ooh.
Well, first fights are here on mid, and Leaks with great position. The position here on the gate is so strong. If you have someone who's checking you Palace, or if you don't have opponents in Palace swinging you actively, it's a position that you'll almost always get the kill first. But Leaks exceeded the expectations with finding 3 more. A great round by him. And great positioning, yeah, makes it free for Tricked. Meanwhile, Johnny Speeds are still sitting tight on 0.
Yeah, I think he has something to remember from the previous map. Leaks was an essential part of a lot of the rounds that Trick actually managed to win, and it seems like he carried the momentum through to Mirage, which is essential for Trick survival in this competition. Sapek tries to actually get away 7 HP out of his ult bar. Unfortunate nade, and what a good nade by Salazar. And JSP, with this buy, they're gonna be not getting many opportunities to actually get a kill, probably. Unless Trick give it to them, sorry. Okay, this is gonna be a pretty aggro peek for information from Nicky B, but no damage on his side, so that was worth it.
AVP shot connected against Joe Cap. And Nate, which didn't do as much damage as I thought it will, but I don't think the difference maker of it will be somewhat big. This still should be a easy situation for Tricked. Yes, it is indeed. Not a single life crossed for the CT side. Not a single player lost in the duels. And now it should be another buy round for Johnny Speeds. So maybe now they will be finally able to do something on their map pick. Well, let's see. There is an op on knock.
Yeah, that could make a difference, or at least should, on paper. Knock was very good on the first map. Hopefully, for entertainment purposes, broadcasters and you viewers, he will find the form again with the proper weapon that he actually has in his disposal right now. And Johnny Speeds definitely need him. Definitely need anything right now. Blackroy is gonna go back. He's not gonna force it through the smoke. He does not really have anyone to fall back on in case he gets killed, so he doesn't die in vain. He takes a step back. A wise choice indeed. But Johnny Speed slowly takes, a bit by bit, some control of the map, but it seems inevitable that they will incline towards A, where almost all of them are, and only one player is going to go from connector. And 4 players on the CT side, on A side. Yeah, this is probably not going to bode well for Tees.
Leaks trying to kill Joe Cap. He's not ready though for the ramp. Okay, 1 kill on Lecro, but boy is here hiding behind triple, successfully killing 2 of his opponents. Joe Cap last man standing, but Nicky B is able to kill him even through the smoke, and Tricked are on the one-way ticket maybe to Decider, because they don't look like they want to slow down on their pace.
Yeah, at all. And it seems like it's a similar story to the previous match where each team actually took the opponent's map and then it was decided on Ancient. Well, this might be the same story with different names. Because so far it seems likely we might get to Ancient. Of course, it's 5-0, but it's more in a regard of how the 5-0 was gained for Trick. And Johnny Speeds, so far, look uninspired in their efforts on T side.
Joe Cap, maybe, just like in the previous round, he will be the last man alive from Johnny Speed, because he and Nok are really close to their own death. At least it looked like a few seconds ago.
Was Nicky B with 1 HP just jumps through the window?
Well,
the balls on this guy. Yeah, I mean, why not? True.
If you're confident enough, you can do whatever you want. Just like Iceberg, who swung to Heap, and now Nok trying to shoot his Deagle out. Not connecting a single bullet, but here is Joe Cap finding the sweet little kill. Still, however, 2v4 from perspective of Johnny Speeds, and this should be an easy solution for Boy and Nicky B, who at the end of the day pushed underpass, so not only jump spotting window, but pushing as well. And double up on Tricked side, which we will see in round number 7. And what a beauties by Nicky B. These early round open kills through the destroyed smoke. Well, round 7, still nothing. Still no information about Johnny Speeds and their presence on map.
Yeah, but Joe Cap and company definitely have to get something already, because it's 6-0 and it's going to a territory of a debacle on the first half of this map. Their map, actually. 5v4, an opening frag to be found. That's a step in the right direction. Iceberg misses this one. I think there was a slight movement there on his part. So no refrag from him. Or anyone else for that matter, so far. 1 minute and 10, Boy is really taking it a bit farther, but no gets this kill. Okay, that's surprising for me. 5v3, we might be seeing the first round on the Swedish side.
You're doing storytelling like it was something we didn't expect. But yeah, it surely looked like it for a few previous rounds, but once they have to do it, and it looks like this time is a charm. I didn't even hear it. The 7th time is a charm saying, but it looks like it is reality right now.
You just invented it.
But Lecro won't be part of it, at least not as a player who's true to life till the bomb explosion. But Iceberg and Nicky B will save. That's obvious from their positioning. And Johnny Speeds will finally take their first round in this map. on their map pick. That's really important to say.
Yeah, we have waited long enough. That's what Johnny Speeds are saying to us. Round win, as you could see in the graphics, 1-6. We still might get to the unpopular Brazil score, 7-1, but we're gonna have to wait. If that pans out, Johnny Speeds are gonna want to follow through with another round win. Ideally get to 6-6. From what I've seen about Tricked and the statistics on their map, they do struggle on T side. They have around 35% win rate, I think, from what I looked about. So there might be hope still for Johnny Speeds here.
Salazar. Ooh, Lecro at the end of the day. He's more prepared in coming into this fight. Salazar pretty proactive. Lecro continues with his aggression. Now he got caught off by Nicky B, but Sapak is ready for a refrag. Iceberg refrag as well. This round should be called as a refrag 1-on-1 for Johnny Speeds, as they were pretty dominant in this mechanic of this game. And Sapak ready in ladder room. This can be a surprise for Leaks.
Yeah, what a superior position. I think Boy is gonna check this one, but he actually gets it. Okay, that's a luxurious situation for him. 2v2, 20 seconds and something, but Nok is definitely aware of Leak's position, and Boy, no, there's just nothing going his way. He'd rather pick the AVP for his sniper than to try and definitely than to try and do something impossible. Second round on Johnny Speed's side. That's the important fact that we are to be taking from this round. Important one for Johnny Speeds.
And a quick shout out for Nok. That shot he made towards the kitchen wasn't the easiest one. Pretty fast peek from Leaks, who was trying to make the faith of this round a little bit better for Tricked. Well, tactical pulse for Johnny Speeds. Here it comes. First one. And it's kind of interesting that it's the first one after they won 2 rounds in a row. And they didn't go for it while they were losing 0-6. But why not? Maybe Freiberg has something to say right now to his guys. So we will have to wait, but on their screens it already looks like we are going to it. And so let's go round number 9.
Yeah, we might be seeing a revival of a muted team. Of course, talking about the Swedish side. If they continue to walk on this track, on this road towards success. But Tricked, of course, still in the better position. Position they fought tooth and nail for. Sapak waiting it out for players that might actually peek into him. He's still waiting for the ideal time to peek. He knows what they're trying to do. 64 HP. Oh, that might have been terrible. But Iceberg and Nicky B actually get the kills. And now it's much easier for Trick to clinch this round.
Looks like the tactical pulse helped Tricked more than Johnny Speeds. Now they were compact on their defense, and even though the mid situation looked kind of shaky, they were able to manage it. And now Heap with Nok. 5 kills combined. That's still less than every single player on Tricked's roster in this matchup. That's only sums up the situation in which Johnny Speeds are. How about Nok? Will he make it? Ooh. No, he won't. Yes, he will. Second
How quickly
chance.
the situation changes, yeah. But the main question remains, will they be able to save it? Probably, yeah.
Yeah,
we
they
look at the
should.
minimap, that's for sure
They
right
are
now.
far away from their opponents.
But still, this got us sting, right? Because Johnny Speeds were definitely on the right crusade to actually go for the comeback in the first half, but the opponents just said, no, we had enough. Especially the mud duel just didn't went their way, and after that everything just fell apart. Especially the perfect flash that went there from, I think, Boye for Iceberg. Yeah, it was Iceberg who killed Joe Cap. That was a perfect example of teamwork. Something that Tricked didn't really display too much on the previous map. They were really struggling with it on Overpass. But this is a different story. This is a different map. And obviously, from what we are seeing, a different Tricked.
How about Nok? Only zooming from top mid. Currently sitting behind the trash, and no one is close to them. So maybe he's waiting for some peek, and it will finally proceed in his favor when Iceberg swings towards mid, but it was just a shallow peek. So nothing hard for Nok to do. Play back with his molly to take more of the space, and Jocap with beautiful position. This in theory can mean double kill, and he's killing one, spotting second one. What about HE? It will make it onto Nicky B, but the damage wasn't as bad for a Danish player as I thought. He's still on 62. Plus, he's got rotation on his side with him already. And Boy has to take care of the players from Connector as well.
That's a nice cross there. Yeah, that's a nice cross there. 2 kills, but still the only solos are left. 25 seconds, and if Johnny Speeds play this right, they're gonna plant for Connector right now. That's for sure. Salazar has made his position known to his opponents, and without a kill, that's the problematic part there. Nah, he's...
Oh, there was a close one! Election to Nok!
So close for him, but so unfortunate. And of course, he's not gonna know that he hit him. There's just no information there. He's still gonna try it, probably, because the money situation on CD side is exquisite. Oof. So close there. So close.
Oh. And Jocap right on his timing, right on his position. Makes it free for Johnny Speeds. Of course, the T side for many teams isn't the beloved one, so I kind of understand that the result is currently that favorable for Trick, but still, there is a chance for Johnny Speeds to turn it around. Who are we kidding? The game is still pretty open, so let's focus on the round number 11. Because it's the one where Johnny Speeds, in theory, can make it on their 4th. And the result, 5-7 of the T-half will be kind of good, let's say, for them. And it starts in a good way, because Sapek is getting headshot, but quick trades makes it 3-3.
Yeah, Nok, but makes the difference right now with that kill. But Nicky B is dancing around the smoke, finding his next target. And the bomb still has not been planted. Nicky B has spotted both players. And this seems more than likely that it should go way of Tricked. But of course the HP, on the side of Nicky B. And this HE, no, it doesn't find any damage whatsoever. On the Nicky B side, the only thing playing for Nok is the time. But no, there's no chance. 8th round for Tricked. And very well played on the B side. Ultimately, at least.
Well, I just quickly checked those statistics of both teams, and while for Tricked is the CT side really the point-making one, for Johnny Speeds is actually the T side where they are better, so not the greatest result for them, definitely, but like 4-8 from their point of view can still be playable. But I think if we count it down for Trick, that this is already a successful CD half.
Yeah.
Leaks opens this one as well. Tricked on their way for the 9th round. But here comes the quick double kill. Sapek and Jocap kills Leaks and Boy. But Nicky B is the surprising factor. Who's behind the smoke, who is trying to kill someone to the palace. But Jocap will be better in this fight. And Salazar together with Iceberg are clutching 2v3, but Iceberg is in Jocap's back and he is taking his head with him.
Yeah, that's a problematic part right there, because Nock knows he doesn't have that much time. He thinks that there's going to be a long rotate, either Hell or, of course, Connector. The longer it takes, the more probable it is that Johnny Speeds are going to read this. And Lekro is going to get that kill. Of course he does. And Salazar is near the defaults, but he doesn't have a smoke, and that's a huge issue for him. Now, there's no information, I think. Oh, okay, he takes a smoke now.
Oh.
8-4 for Tricked, and that's it for the first half. And let's see how this plays out in the second after a short break.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
While Trick are doing everything they can to continue fighting for their lives in this tournament in Tipsport Conquest of Prague, where of course they are one map away from being eliminated, but they are still hoping they will beat Johnny Speeds. They won the first half 8-4. Now they will try to repeat that on their T side, where the pistols are slowly unfolding. And good pop flash towards the ramp, but Salazar is still good for 2. Iceberg continues with the 3rd kill of the round. And this looks like a huge L for Johnny Speeds. On the other hand, this looks like a 9th point for Tricked.
Yeah, I mean, not getting a single kill there in a pistol round on A side with USP on that long range, yeah, it's gotta sting, man. Really unfortunate for JSP, but a praise to be given for Tricked. This is gonna be a 9th round that they take. Inching ever so closer to very possible right now. Decider, the map ancient. So yeah. Second match today, maybe a second match going to Decider, which is ancient. I don't know who writes these stories, but he writes them damn good. But still, 4 rounds that Rick needs to get, even though this imminent one should be quite easy for them.
What should Johnny Speeds do?
I think safe. Oh, okay. They still have some room, so I was presuming they would rather save and do something else, but they're committing. That's commendable.
But this force will be an important one. They of course know that they need to fight for rounds, but if this is the best choice possible, I don't know. We'll find out a little bit later. Lekro with a good pre-aim. If he was able to shoot through the walls, he had already a few opportunities to kill Boer, as we've seen. But here is a smoke for a top connector, and B split is looking like a sure thing. But Lekro here has to shoot with the Eagle. He is missing first bullet, but the second one and the third one is making this round a little bit more interesting.
Oh, this position.
It's so strong.
If they don't check it, at least one kill is pretty much a given, but the second one, no. Okay, we might have a game on our hands here, because 3v2 with one FAMAS might be doable, but of course, we gotta give you the context. There's just no kit, so not enough time for JSP. Probably.
They have only 15 seconds to retake it all. 15 seconds to eliminate player Naps, but it's enough. And the defuse kit has been found, probably on Lekro's body. And this means that Johnny Speeds will win this round, where they forced it into only one FAMAS, a few pistols was enough. And Lekro, man himself, was the hero who stopped two players who are trying to get into the B-bomb site, and then JoeCap with FAMAS. He showed us that even this gun can be the difference maker. And even though me personally don't like, I don't like personally the FAMAS, JoeCap obviously has a different opinion.
Yeah, but it all fell down flat on their faces when it comes to the duel with Iceberg. I think he should have gotten at least 2 kills there. And the second thing is the JSP played it well in short. FAMAS watching long range. There was a pistol on close range. But enough is enough. It's a 15th round bloodbath on the middle. Yeah, there's just no contest about who's gonna win these duels. 6-9, and from rather gloom outlook for JSP after losing the pistols, it's looking much brighter right now. For them, at least.
Yeah, it is, and suddenly the CT side is getting in it. How about the T side?
Look at the money.
Without utilities. The others have almost full belts, but Salazar, so they're without a AK or without AWP. And you've mentioned the economy of CTs, and it is pretty good. And plus Nok is on AWP.
Yeah, all things considered, this is a very good spot for them to be in.
Ooh, but that stinks. That stinks. Iceberg can cause some damage, but Nok is ready to turn around and make his AWP a gun of another mankind. Tapek now taking care of Palace. There is a one enemy there, but Leaks is ready under the stairs. He can swing on the flash. Well, he will a little bit later. That makes it 2v3, and because Nok is on a low HP, this really playable situation, and this one was close.
Yeah, but the problem is there's no smoke, so Leaks just gotta try and plant it. Oh, the nades! That's how you need to play this one! The boy almost killed the second player! What a try for a spray transfer. Wow, that was a few millimeters, few centimeters maybe from the body of his opponent. But JSP clinched it, and it's 7-9. They're closing the gap rather quickly, I would say. Yeah, but Nok, how impactful was he in this round?
I think that was just a rhetorical question. No needs to answer. But what will he show us now? The mid peak didn't happen.
Ooh.
But here is Heap with his personal aggression. Just teasing players in top mid that there is some presence around mid. But it's Lekro who will take the first kill. Leaks is dead. How about JoeCap playing it really aggressive from short, is able to find Nicky B. While Heap takes care of Salazar. Sapek onto Boy, and Iceberg is the last man alive, last persona non grata on the tricked side, and he will be erased as well. 8-9, and Johnny Speed are slowly creeping in to make it equal.
Yeah, everything hangs in balance from Trick, right? Because they were winning by such a strong margin, but now it all falls apart. And I think we were talking about statistics on this side. You were saying that Johnny Speeds actually were better, I think, on T side, but Tricked have a really poor T side, around 33 to 35% win rate. And it looks like it's starting to show. And that was a try for an 8 stack that almost went full way, but he survived. Oh, ball flash, and Sapek takes it. Crucial kill. Crucial kill in early rounds. 5v4.
Black Crow just standing on the B default. Meanwhile, Leaks will use his Molotov to get rid of a position around the car. Consider this the utility, quote-unquote, wasted, because now Johnny Speeds won't play around it. But he still made some presents. He still showed something that Tricked can be there, and that Heap has to use his smoke to block it off.
Walking on
40
contact.
seconds away, they are slowly contacting out of con.
Oof. That's unfortunate for Sapek. Great kill by Iceberg. And Nock is not peeking. He's aware that he might actually lose his head rather quickly. 4v4 and JoeCat in the Palace should play a crucial role in the coming seconds. But the bomb is going to be planted. No one is going to meddle with that.
But it looks like they know. They mollied JoeCat off, so there is a chance that they've heard him or something.
Do you want to save this? I think, yeah.
Well, you have almost no chance to get in it. Maybe JoeCat can try for some ninja defuse.
That would be wild. Yeah, but given his position, maybe something that he's playing
he has full belt, but enemies are looking in his direction, and it's Leaks who will take the kill. It really looked like he is attempting for a ninja defuse, but his success didn't come. On the other hand, Tricked are on their 10th point. First double digits on this map are going on 80 side.
Yeah, 4-round string of rounds for Johnny Speeds is broken through by Tricked. Might be a really important round for them. In the global context of things, 3 rounds that are separating us from Ancient, from the Decider itself. That was a lot of damage on Boy. Iceberg is gonna go through the smoke. No one's gonna expect that. There's gonna be a free kill. Is there gonna be a second one? What the hell?
Oh. But now he is caught off guard as well by Sapek, who was playing it safe on the A side, and Sapek with 2 more kills. And suddenly the card has turned around. 2-man advantage for the CTs, but Nicky B isn't expected in Palace. And this is the round, not of CS, but of the game to expect or not to expect.
Oh. Okay, Nicky B didn't play this one well because he needed to hold on for his teammate. Of course, a lot of angles, that's true. But if he's planting for CD, you just gotta look at CD. And Nicky B takes the first kill. Oh, God. Oh, Nog takes this. Bolts of steel on this man. He just jumps up and takes it from the off angle. 9-10, but this game, man, this game just keeps on giving. Huge.
Crazy, crazy round. I didn't even catch how many surprises there was.
A lot. That's enough.
Yeah, definitely. Around 3 or 4 surprising moments.
But look at the money situation. Sorry, but look at the money situation of the tricked side. Of course, there's some AKs there, but that's definitely not a full buy in any meaning of the word. So this is gonna be probably prove difficult for them to win this one.
Well, I have to wait for the graphics to show the buy.
Yeah.
I didn't even had a chance to take a peek on it.
Okay,
and,
they revived.
it's pretty good.
Yeah,
It's pretty good, Storm. I think they can do something with that.
Definitely.
For example, this double nade, but sadly for Tricked, no one is occupying the connector position. Leaks is trying to do something cheeky here. He can, in theory, surprise his opponents, but Nok did a pretty good job with this rotation. And now Joe Cap from Leonard. And second one from Nicky B. Well, surprises keep on coming. And now it's Heap who's the closest man to shut it off. Nicky B, however, on the close cornered position. Maybe won't be check, but that's only a debate for the Historicans, not for us, because he was cleared by Heap, and it's 3v3.
Yeah, but look at the rotation. Two guys pretty much going all in on B, and Sapek gets the information in Ballis, but he doesn't know the two opponents are already on A side. We're gonna see if this makes any difference, but well played so far from Tricked with this situation.
He can't get out. He can't get out because that could cause his death. Or maybe on timing, but I'd prefer him not to. But it looks like Tricked know what their opponents are usually doing, because it's another molly towards the palace. And cool black shot by Nok. It won't be enough though to kill Salazar. He had to waste one more bullet. And now he's trying to outplay his enemies. Boy is still in connector. And Nok maybe feels it, but he doesn't have enough time and maybe not even the right gun to clutch it off. So this will be a 9-11 result after the bomb explosion. And Tricked, well, I'm not that convinced of their T side, but they are somehow slowly getting there.
Yeah, because they had such a huge advantage from the first half that they're actually leaning back on right now. But Nicky B with these 2 kills made so much difference, especially as Iceberg just went for the lurk kill there. Unfortunate for JSB, tactical pause number 2 on the Tricked side. 9-11. The gap is so much closer, but Johnny Speed's still not ahead in things, not ahead on the scoreboard, the most important part. And only 2 rounds for Tricked still remaining. That's not much by any means, and Johnny Speeds are well aware that making any more mistakes will lead to their downfall on this map. And take us straight to map Ancient.
Well, we've already seen one Ancient today. It was kind of one-sided, so why not take a, let's say, better lesson on how to play Ancient. Even though the one taught by Sashi was good enough. Well, let's see how about the Mirage when it will unfold, because still at least 2 rounds left. And definitely Johnny Speeds won't walk away without their attempts to at least make it a little bit more dramatic. Knock already zooming connector. This can be a good position for him. However, the smoke will land into the top cone, and this can be a little bit problem maker for a CT side. Lecro can't die, but he does. And JoeCap has to conquer the bomb side B. JoeCap only good for one. That's simply not enough, and now the retake will go on.
Yeah, it's about the short player, isn't it? Right now, making the difference, especially with the smoke in the window. And Iceberg. Oh, he loses the duel, but Leaks steps in. Oh, that's such a good position for that. Sapek without HP, I would say without a chance, and I was proven right. And Leaks with 4 kills. Oh my. 12-9, and the economy situation on Johnny Speeds is gonna be worrying. There's gonna be enough for some sort of a buy, but definitely nothing of a quality in this round. And a tactical pause. Well, when else than right now?
Well, almost a last chance to even redeem them. Of course, possibly the last one, if Tricked will close this one out. Lecro, maybe he has some of his funny stories to share with teammates about the history of CS. But maybe it's not the right time to share them. Because they need more of a pep talk right now. 3 map points for their opponent. And the buy 3.6. Not great, not terrible.
I'm kind of wondering why Lecro opted to buy the helmets, but let's leave that be. And that's not a second kill. Oh,
that's GG. That's GG Storm. Don't tell me this will be a drama. No, it will most definitely be not. Lecro last man alive, only with his deagle. The bomb is planted against him, and it all looks like this BO3 will head into its decider. AVP and ramp. Salazar zoomed in already together with Nicky B.
He does have a smoke, and there's no one on CT side, so might be a bit of a chance.
I don't think so. I don't think so. There are 3 players alive.
Ooh.
They still can isolate their shots, and it's a nade as well in their pocket. Nicky B with Kobe closing this one in favor of Tricked, and that means we'll get a decider for a do or die match. Because let us remind you that the loser of this match will end in the tournament together with Ecstatic, who already dropped out. So yeah, we've got full BO3 in the winners matches. We have full BO3 in the losers matches.
Yeah, again, Mappe mentioned, as we have said, this is the decider that's gonna tell us who actually leaves this competition. And Johnny Speeds are gonna be bummed out because they had a very good, actually, chance to take this one home on their home turf. But as we are likely to say, close but no cigar. Tricked, extremely good performance on CT side. On T side, it was a bit of a wonky situation, but they did lean back on the huge advantage from the first half and managed to close it out, and that's what matters. That's it for the second map. We're gonna take a short break before we present you with hopefully a banger of a decider.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology with custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Isten hozott a híresek csarnokában.
Vítejte v síni slávy Tipsportu, místě zasvěceném největší komunitě sáskařů. Profi výbava analytika plechtiče, který inspiruje.
Co děláš?
Držím palec.
Ukáž?
Držíme palce všem sportovním i sáskařským hrdinům. Tipsport.
get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for them bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
I honestly don't really know the lyrics of the song, but they sing one more time in it. So many different bands all around the world. And we have one more time here as well. Between Tricked and Johnny Speeds, Decider is waiting for us, and it will be map Ancient, just like in the previous matchup between Sinners and Sashi.
Yeah, and I was wondering whatever came into play that we actually will be able to watch map Ancient. 2-13-9 results. Again, both teams took their opponent's map, and so here we are. But map Ancient, at least I think it was for Johnny Speeds, it's definitely not their preferred way to fight it out on the server. Yeah, they banned it in a 74% out of 57 possibilities, at least according to HLTV. So I was wondering how in the veto process they were actually allowing us to go through. And we're gonna see if it was a wise decision in the next maybe 30, maybe 40 minutes. Because both teams are ready to fight it out to the last bloods, to the last opponents. Because this is an elimination match.
Well, Johnny Speeds 5 times on Ancient in a previous 3 months. Last match played actually 17 days ago against Mana, Kosovian team, on ESL ESL Challenger League. They've won 13-4, so they all hope they'll replicate this result. On the other hand, Tricked are really used to playing this map, and they played it already once here in Tipsport Conquest of Prague. But against Alliance, it was a defeat 5-13. They are currently on 2 maps lose streak, or 2 Ancients lose streak, so we'll see if they put a stop to it, and Salazar definitely looks like he wants to.
Yeah, the first blood was drawn, of course, where else than on the middle, in the elbow position. Nice pre-aim, nice reaction time from Salazar, but of course, if we would expect it from someone, then it would be an AVP player. Keep trying to find his mark as well, but still no answer from the CT side of things. JSP are therefore still one hand, at least 2 healthy hands short next to their opponents. Still 1 minute remaining. A lot of time for Tricked to actually play this round out. A lot of map control, but ultimately it's going to be an A side. It's going to be a split to Donuts and through the main. There's Lekro with P2000. 1 kill, the second one doesn't come though. And JSP are down to 2 players. That's not enough, maybe. But what a kill. Oh my god, Heap. What are you doing there?
And the round is still suddenly on. Good double kill from Heap. And this can cause a breakdown for Tricked. Nok is out from Temple, but he will be called in a few seconds. Salazar spotted him. Nok wasted one of his bullets. Now he's trying to push. He doesn't know that he has opponent in his back. And Salazar is able to close this round as well. First kill and the last one goes to Salazar. As Tricked will get their first point of Decider. We've already mentioned that their probabilities to win this map is slightly better according to the statistics from last games, and especially how many of Ancients they played. But definitely nice shots from Heap as well. On this level, of course, both teams know how to play this map. They have some at least default strategies to play around. So I don't think it will be a one-sided match, but definitely a little bit better for Tricked, as they've already won their pistol round. And now they are trying to do something similar to the previous one. Just some A split, but Nok and JoeCap are both ready to take their kills. And suddenly 5v3, and once again it's the worst buy that is dominating, just like on the previous BO3 series where this buy, or let's say similar buy, won many rounds for Sashi. it looks like they gave a recipe to Johnny Speeds, which is kind of odd. Because of course Strict are the team from the same nation as Sashi. But you know, some multi-nation cooperation, definitely, why not?
Yeah, but a nightmare came true. Leaks probably wants resolve the situation by himself. There's some time still to be played in the second round, but the chances for Trick to actually make it through are slim to none, from my point of view. Yep, they have the better weapons. They do actually have a lot of HP, but that's where the good things actually start to die out for them on the list. Black Girl on long. There's gonna be swinging by the corner. Probably bomb plant will be allowed.
Oh, close shots. The bomb plant is successful, at least something. But Johnny Speeds, I think they will be more than happy with their first round and the way how they did manage to win it.
Yeah, perfect hold of A sides. There was a good crossfire. There was one guy on CT, one by the tree, and I think the third one was around main. Just look at it. That was a poetry in motion. And Trick pretty much had no chance there. No business going to the A side in that situation. Of course, unbeknownst to them. So they paid the price. 1-1. Johnny Speeds will be happy with this outcome, and they need to cement this through winning the next round, because other than that, they will lose their economy, they will lose their stride. And that would probably bite them in the rest of the first half, but look at that. What a resolution, without hesitation, and it's 2-1 for JSP.
CD side dominant in the previous two rounds. Will it stay this way or not? That's the question for the round number 4. But this one was a clean job, clean and easy round. Number 3. What about number 4? Because 2 Galeals are on the buy of Team Trick. But as Johnny Speeds with 3 SMGs, bonus round for them actually. But of course, if they will try to push something, they could find the first kill, but no, it comes the other way as Boy is ready for this push.
Yeah, Johnny Speeds needs to focus on this situation, otherwise it might fall apart for them. And Tricked, very important opening frag. Still quite a lot of time to decide on upon what they actually want to do with the rest of the given time in the 4th round. But they are gonna have to dictate the
this
tempo.
Is obvious. This is obvious by JoeCap. I think Leaks will be ready for it. The Iceberg, there are many players there, but this Heaps push can turn the tables. But it won't.
That's it.
Boy, 2 kills, Leaks added 1 as well, and Noka left in 1v4 with his MP9. Don't really think it will matter. This looks to me like a 2-2 result.
Yeah. I think I'm seeing the same thing here. There's simply no other resolution to be made here, and Ox is pretty much just waiting for an exit frag, hoping to collect a better gun for him and his team. There's enough money, of course, so there's no reason to save anything. Well, there's always a reason, but makes less logical sense than to try something. Oh, close. It's gonna be 2-2. Tricked. Very well played around the ramp. Heap, of course. That was a bit unlucky situation there with taking the nade, but it was his decision to be made. I was wondering if Heap's fire would help his teammate, was JoeCap, who was in the cave, and he might actually peek from there, but it didn't work out as planned, and after all that, Tricked are to be pronounced as the winner of the round. 2-2, we are all level going into the 5th round. And Johnny Speeds still with a full buy.
JoeCap successful on his jump over the gap, but the molly was on point. Elecro, his spray is good only for 1 kill. Salazar prepared for instant pop out of the smoke and refrag onto Nicky B's death. How about this molly? This won't block Sapek, but he knows he has to swing.
What a peek.
There was only one position he could be at, and that's why he opted for a swing, and it was a good decision. Sapek playing it safe.
GSP actually left A wide open for such a long time, but Tricked obviously didn't read into it. Right now there's
that's
no...
ancient.
Yeah, that's ancient, right? But it's been quite a long time, and there was no lurk near the A main. Anyways, 4v3 situation, a lot of time to play with. And it's upon Iceberg to actually find something palpable for them. To actually enter into the side. There is a smoke for long. That's gonna help the situation quite a bit.
And even for short, plus flash, Iceberg is successfully inside. He's planting the bomb, but he could see him, I believe.
Yeah, he could.
Through the smoke, but he didn't shoot.
Yeah, and that's a goal for save probably, from what we can see here. Trying to maximize the damage you can actually inflict upon CTs. That's the good strategy here. Salazar's taking one, not taking two though. Oh my god.
Well, no time. Or is it? There is a time! And Nork on red HP. He will defuse it successfully.
But so close.
Ooh, I was scared, especially when Nork was the one man defusing with 11 HPs.
Yeah, one stray bullet and it was the end of the man's life and end of the round for Johnny Speeds. Needless to say, this was a round for them to lose. They were in perfect control of situation for most of it when it comes to retake situation, but look at that. So close. Yeah, but that might decide this game as well. Close situations like these.
Definitely. Definitely a little bit of luck. Everything you need. But of course, it's something that plays a role as well in the CS. And I guess that every player knows something about getting lucky or unlucky. I don't know. But it comes to me that most players are the one who are unlucky. Not the lucky ones. Well, definitely Noka was the one with more luck on his side. Jocap, precise kill onto Nicky B, but Salazar spray transferring towards Jocap as well, while Lix is ready to kill Sapek. He's trying to reduce the damage, but it's still man advantage for Tricked for the T side, and I'm not sure if Noka knows that boy is out in Temple. Smoke towards the city. Iceberg is trying to get the information, but both of the players of Johnny Speeds are currently around the A bomb side. It's an interesting position for Boy that will force Nok to save. 3v3, I mean 3-3 will be the score since Nok has no intent to go towards A bomb side. His only target for this round is to save.
Yeah, that would have been an unwise decision, given the quality of what he has in his hands right now.
And definitely we have to add what does he have in his bank account, because this way he can drop quite comfortably together with Heap, who can buy himself a primary weapon. So in this case, him saving is the biggest win for Johnny Speeds from this round.
Will he be able to? That's the question.
I think so.
Yeah. I thought actually that Iceberg was gonna go towards him. Maybe he will. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Nok is gonna save this one. So the scenario that you just mentioned is gonna come into fruition. So it's 3-3, all level again. Yes, we were expecting out of this matchup, out of its importance for both teams. Yeah, but this mid fight, that hurt.
What about Nicky B now? Again, active around the elbow, popped flashed out. Not receiving first kill of the round yet, but it's Sapek on the other hand who will find the leaks. Will he be ready for a boy though? Yes, he will, but shortened by 83 HP. He has to play safe now. He did his best. He took 2 kills, but now he has to be more cautious. Good position from Joe Cap. 1 kill is enough. Nicky B suddenly in 1v4. Looking for the first kill of this map. Bomb is on him and the A side is clear. But those are the only pros he has.
Yeah, the list just doesn't go long enough for him to actually get more than this in his situation. But still, getting a bomb plant in 1v4, that's a rather luxurious situation that he has gotten himself into. There's gonna be a defusal. Oh, okay, Nicky B tries it out, sprays it down, 2 kills.
No, don't tell me. Don't tell me this. Oh, okay, this Molly ends it.
Yeah. The Molly pretty much seals it. But still, a lot of damage and a 3rd kill. Are you kidding me? Wow.
At the end of the day, he will be happy with what he did.
He has gotten out of it so much more than I was expecting, and honestly, probably anyone was expecting. So, in his book, he's golden. That's definitely the most he could have probably hoped for. At least at the beginning of the situation. A lot of damage. And let us remind ourselves that GSP are actually on the CD side, and this did have an impact on their economy. Like currently on SMG and Nicky B and Salazar both getting a kill on mid.
Hide and seek in smoke.
Yeah.
And Joker
criminal
will at least get a kill from that. But here is Nog and he won't connect his shot. Joker left alone and he won't survive for a much longer time. 4-4. We keep on rolling. And I've mentioned it on a previous Ancient when the situation was pretty similar. That it's a spinning wheel that is doing all the job for us. Just Control C, Control V, and every team who gets into the lead is instantly losing the next round.
Yeah, that's a pattern that's proven to be quite difficult to break. Unfortunately for the CD side especially, the economy is so easy to break. A lot of extremely expensive equipment to be bought, and Johnny speeds are definitely not going to be blitzing through this first half anytime soon. Not with the armor, the equipment they actually have in their disposal at the 9th round. But it might be upgraded a bit later if they take some kills, if they take the guns. That's gonna be a hard pill to swallow for Trick, if that happens, of course.
Just a slow approach from Johnny Speeds. They won't play mid. Not the first time, definitely, in this matchup. We can see something similar. And good pre-aim on leaks, but the timing went in favor of his opponents, who crossed
Okay.
Into the cave, and he can pass the smoke. And it will be Sapek who just has to block the cave.
Yeah, that was almost a reality situation in this case, because two SMGs almost met in a round where none of them have any business being there. On Tricked side, I would expect something more, and on JSP, I would expect something less, but
18 seconds, they don't have that much time, honestly, to do something around in here, because the ramp is blocked and the bomb is inside the ramp. And the smoke will fade in about 5 seconds, but with this destroy, they can go through, and they do indeed. Lecro, last man alive, trying to pull something up with his deagle, but won't be good for even one kill. And that's mean that Tricked are the one who takes the lead. And now the question is, Storm, whether they will be able to take the 6th, or will get another 5-5 score.
Yeah, I guess the first one is the most probable option. But we're gonna see. I'm not gonna bet on anything right now, because those two teams in this concrete matchup are so unpredictable.
Yeah, but winning with 4 USPs and 1 P2000,
yeah,
that would be hilarious. I don't think that's possible. Yeah, it's not shut down on mid. One of the rarest scenarios when Johnny Speeds popped mid like this. It was read really good by Team Tricked, who are currently in 2 rounds lead. So let's take a look how round number 11 will go on. It's already live, and we can see that Johnny Speeds will not play mid once again.
Yeah, it's especially interesting given that Tricked actually have a lot of trouble getting opening frags, that they're on the winning side of things right now. They only have 2 open frags out of the whole lots that they were able to get. Joke Up is about to go off, because this wouldn't be a really good spot to be in. Some information collected. A lot of time for Tricked. They gotta get more information. They gotta get some kills to progress in the rounds. Leaks is waiting for an opportunity, especially in the cave. But has to wait for the smoke to dissipate. Oh, that's the kill they were looking for. Salazar magically appears with one, and it's a heap. Tricked are going towards the A side, and JoeCap was ready for this. And he's making a fortress out of his position and buys time for his teammates to actually rotate to him and help him out. And that's Lecro, and he's not gonna be missing those. 2 nice, sweet little headshots from his side, and it's 5-6. And we're inching closer towards the end of the first half, and we might get a 6-6 state.
Definitely, why not? It's annoying, the playstyle Johnny Speeds are playing when they are leaving mid unattended, and Tricked have to create something, because you know that the sites will be stacked and you don't know where exactly are those players. But here is Salazar, here is Nicky B, and suddenly a advantage for Tricked in the 12th round. They are looking better in terms of getting the last point of the half.
Yeah, it seems like both teams actually cannot really commit to playing a good CT sites in all of those maps that we have actually seen. Hopefully we'll see some change in the pattern in the next half from Tricked, I guess. But we were talking about Tricked and them being unsuccessful in the opening frags, and voila. The next round, here they come. 5v3, Johnny Speed's in a lot of trouble. 3v5 is gonna be very hard to actually do something
2v5?
about. Yeah, that's even worse. Heap is down as well. Leaks taking no prisoners. Anok all alone, of course. He's gonna have to try something. This is the last round, but what can he actually do apart from getting one kill? Of course, that might happen.
Salazar is zoomed in already, and he's ready. 7-5, and Team Cricket took this half home.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
7-5 the score. That was at the end of the first half of this decider. For those of you that actually came upon this stream, upon the ending of tonight's matches, this is an elimination match. The team that loses this map, loses the Ancient, becomes not only a history on this map, the historical map, but a history in Conquest of Prague 2026. Well, let's see who actually comes out on top in this Nordic battle. But who, as we can see, Heap is definitely going in full speed there. One plant is practically a given right now. But retake is far from over.
Jocap here up close to the smoke, but Salazar and Boy and Leaks are getting those kills. Lecro, last man standing. The defuse is still not going on. This Lecro is just wandering around, but now he starts to step, and this should be an easy task for Trick to defend, and yes, they do. 8-5, pistol round is there, and to Storm, your favorite 6-7 result is not a reality.
Thank God, honestly, but... Yeah, as you were saying, it's right now 8-5 for Tricked. Well played pistol round and an opportunity to distance themselves from their enemies. And given that they weren't the favorites, at least not in the eyes of bookmakers before this match, even though it was really close, they're inching very close to actually securing their place in a 1-2 matchup in the next few days. And Salazar is definitely making a solid argument that my words might come true. 5v4.
Well, Tricked are definitely better after a good start. But it's still 3 Galeals. They can hurt you. Like, it's almost M4, and M4s are all CGs have, so it depends whether Johnny Speeds will be sharp enough, like Crow, and a chance with Deagle, but not successful yet on his attempt. He's pushing though, and headshot on Salazar will land. How about a second fight? Now it goes for Leaks. As it moves to 4v3. Tricked are still in advantage. But how about Jocap, who's swinging out from Donut? Iceberg here is the surprising factor. However, it's still Situation 2v2. Bomb has been
this kill,
planted,
though.
but now it's just on an orc.
Oh, he's looking on to find the kill. He's on track to hunt, but
he knows the position of both his opponents.
Yeah, that's some sort of an advantage, but still, it's a Galil in his hands. 2v1 situation, but he gets it. He gets it. He smartly kills the guy that's actually defusing the bomb and gets the timing right. 6-8 and tricked. Or tricked. This was not well played by their side. The post plant situation. And Johnny Speeds are still alive and kicking.
Kicking and definitely not kidding. 6th round already. And let's see. What will they achieve in round number 15? It will be restarted. GG. GG, Storm. This is not the scenario we want to see.
Okay.
There is also no live gold definitely in chat.
Yep. That's
and hopefully it's a quick break.
Yeah, that's one of the only situations that you can actually safely restart the rounds. It's in the rules, so of course makes perfect sense. We right now don't know the issue that actually happened. At least I don't. But we're gonna see if we get some information. But still, for both teams, this is a lengthy one. I think fatigue might come into play the longer actually this decider takes. Almost 11 in the evening, at least here in Prague or vicinity. So the location of the future LAN, that's coming next month. And both these teams still have a chance to play there, but they have to win today.
It looks like all is good to go. 15th round, and Johnny Speeds are looking to make it tighter one more time. So, how will all end? Salazar up close only with smoke. The smoke, however, definitely can slow down the push or completely stop it. But he's just waiting for some cue to throw the smoke. He will see the shadow, that's for sure. But at the end of the day, it's just a flash which baited the smoke.
Yeah, nice job. Honestly, it was a great bait because there's not a lot of cards that Tricked actually could play in that situation, and the smoke, and then a try for some pistol kills there was probably the only one. And Johnny Speeds read that well and made their opponent use that card. So it's going to be that much harder for Trick to play it properly. And Johnny Speeds, meanwhile, rotating towards B. Definitely going to go all the way through the ramp. I don't think they're going to split through cave, or at least it doesn't look like it right now.
They just plus W through the ramp. Old-fashioned rush. Zapek going first with his Smackdown. He can be crazy enough to farm those kills. Boy, trying to get a helping hand from this AG, but it's Zapek who deletes him just like Iceberg. And Jocap follows on to Nicky B. Salazar with leaks are off of this action. And it will be 7.
Yeah, no one is gonna take this away from Johnny Speeds. So close. The cap is almost erased right now. And Tricked are probably bashing their heads in because they actually won both pistols. So in the Emerald 12 format, that's actually extremely valuable towards you. But Johnny Speeds are so far a bit better in the normal rounds.
Let's take a look one more time at these Apex. accomplishments in the previous round. Let's move on towards the 16th. And oh, that's unfortunate. The previous round was a 4, so it looks like a double eco almost for Trick. Well, that's definitely a thing.
I think it's a mishap because that shouldn't really happen. That often, at least. Well, Salazar takes the trade, at least something, and a gun along with it. Unfortunately for Trick, it's not a gun of great value. Joe Cap, yeah, this is a prime position to take the kill. Lecro won't miss this one, and that's a site completely open for taking and a bomb plant, which is gonna inch you in a short while. Nicky B and Salazar both very close to CT position, but they're deleted by Joe Cap. Both laying flat on their heads, and we have everything level here, Kotti.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that Joe Cap looked at the direction of his teammate. I was like, what's going on? But then he turned around and was able to get those kills, get the triple in the round, and it's tied 8-8. Let's go. We are back to another trend, which we were speaking about in the first half, and almost a entry kill on the middle. Nicky B survives only with 19 HP left.
Tricked again without an AVP, again without a proper full bias. Third round in a row, and Joe Cap finishes off Nicky B with a Kobe. A well-placed nade means that Johnny Speeds once again takes the lead. 5v4. And it's up to Iceberg to actually change something up. And he manages to do so. Gets one kill, probably will take an AK. Problem is that Leaks is still on an SMG. Oh, this is gonna be okay. A kill for Iceberg. And he gets the bomb.
That's the most important information. But it looks like he's leaving it, or is he? Because all of his teammates are pushing, let's say, from behind.
I think that's a smart decision, given that his position was, of course, known, and he doesn't have HP. He might have... Oh, he wasn't hurt. Oh, boy plays this so well, but he doesn't get a kill! Oh my god, this might come back biting them. If Leaks and Salazar don't win this for Tricked. Oh my. But they do win it. I think I heard a bit of a sigh coming out from Boy because... Wow. That was almost a crucial miss. Voila.
It was quite an interesting story because it was Joey B onto Nicky B with Go B, so many Bs that accompanied this play, this kill with HE, and here is Joe Cap one more time, and Nicky B once again will be the player who's dead as first. And to Sapek, there was brutal flash, his enemies were blind for like 2 seconds or maybe more. And that's the reason why he got his kill. But still at least a refrag.
Yeah, but Trig have huge issues on middle. They just cannot seem to keep the position, especially they could be in the donuts dying all the time. And that's a crucial part of everything on this map. Blackroar is a crucial part on JSP's side. That's true, for sure. Takes another kill, and this is probably gonna be around for JSP. There's simply no way for Boy to do anything. He might try to go for some sort of a ninja, but I don't think so.
I think it was JoeCap who tried it on Mirage.
Yeah. Nah, they're still aware.
Nah. Exit kills only for Boy. No chance to go in. And this is how 9th round is made. At least boy survives.
Yeah, at least something out of it. But definitely was thinking about Ninja. I was wondering why he didn't move. Of course, there was no information if there was someone like pushing through Temple, so he might rather just stay put. But I think he was really thinking about it. He had a smoke, he had a kit, so pretty much anything in his disposal needed for it. But sadly for Tricked, that didn't pan out. So it's 9-9. You can look at the odds for various things on Tipsport if you're 18+, but let's get back to the game. 19th rounds, all level here, but Tricked with a buy that's far from ideal.
But JoeCap is not checking his own position. In the previous half, that was the spot he got a kill from, and now he just ran around without a pre-fire, without clearing it. Well, however, it won't affect much, as Iceberg is the last man standing, and on the long range he will die. 6 HP only on Heap, but a winning round for JSP. That means Tricked are now forced to do their job.
Man, I don't even want to know how this ends, because that's such a storyline. One thing is for certain though, because whichever team loses here, they're gonna be mad disappointed, because both teams play their hearts out, and now it's very much clear that whoever loses is gonna lose by a tight margin.
Salazar just shooting around and dancing around the heaven, and it's Iceberg who will get a first kill. Team kill from HE by Sapak on Black Row, as Heap is at least successful in his fight. And this was a really cheap try by Heap.
That's what you call a collateral damage there. And unfortunate timing, of course, because Donny Speeds are missing healthy hands here. It's 4v2, even though Iceberg is on a low HP. I don't think it's gonna make it much of a difference, unless Sapek gets more than this one kill. He finds the head. That was a nice bot flash, but Leaks still while blind takes this one. Ah no, misses by inches.
Oh. And a backstep will end it all. 10-10. And show must go on.
Freddie Mercury would really be glad about how this actually worked out.
Do you think he would be a CS fan?
Yeah, definitely.
I'm not really sure, but
I am.
Okay.
That's the one thing I would bet on tonight. Out of all this insanity, I think that's the least one. In my book, at least.
I think it's maybe the chance is bigger than the chance that this match won't go into the overtime.
You just said the OT word. Well, let's see. What do you guys in the chat feel about this? Do you think this will go to OT? I think there's a lot of you that actually staked something on this, so hopefully our heart is gonna be able to take this. Insane matchup right now. Insane. Hard to guess who will actually come out on top. Sapek would like to give an argument or two about it being a GSP. One is given, second, not so much. But still it's 4v4 and Salazar is forced out. Back into the temple and misses out again by inches. While falling back, there's a lineup. And Iceberg, of course, takes this opportunity for himself. The bomb is dropped and it's 4v2. Oh my.
Oh, your Knock now trying to do something crazy, but together with JoeCap, they are both locked out from the bomb. Plus the boost. That's not a Chinese, but Danish wall. Tricked just built around the A-bomb site and the entrance from A main. They are really cautious in mid as well. I can't see a way to the 11th point for Johnny Speeds. But
there's no way.
On the other hand, Tricked are good. Tricked are good to go.
Yeah, so much separating those teams from either success or failure. 1 or 2 rounds might decide here, actually will decide here probably. It's almost a certainty now, and Tricked are on their way to be the happier team. Despite not being favorites, despite being the underdogs. By a large margin, but still. 11-10. And the drama will continue for at least 2 more rounds.
Yeah, crazy saving simulator, and I don't know if we are playing Ancient or Inferno. Or just 2, probably.
Yeah.
Saving is gaining. I don't know, I wanted to create some quote.
No, it's definitely
I just felt like it.
Why not? I mean, anything is possible today, so why not go for it?
Exactly. Well, Leaks is the one going for it, and his aggression will be awarded with 1 kill and almost a second as well against Heap, who won't get into the cave. And Iceberg is the man who will kill him.
What is happening here?
I don't know. I
so
honestly don't know. Where was the kill from? Oh, there was no. Iceberg is on middle, so he saw him through the smoke, probably.
Or maybe just tried his luck. Either of those actually resulted in an imminent death of one of his opponents, so that's probably what's important for Tricked. But Nock, JoeCap, and Lekro, the 3 musketeers, still alive for JSP, and honestly, not such a great time to be, or choose to be in, because they might have a decision on their hands what to actually do with the situation. They have an AWP, they have a AK, and they have a slim chance to do anything with this round, so they might actually incline to save this. Poof, nice bait for the AVP. But boy, just takes care of JoeCap. Salazar still swinging by, or ready to swing by from the corner. You know, the long position, and this is such a powerful position if you don't miss. Oh, Lekro, too many angles. Yeah, and this is the unfortunate situation for Nock. He gets the... Actually, that was a quick scope there.
Well, he's still alive. 10 seconds. Oh, he had to replicate his quick scope, but he didn't stand a chance. And Tricked, 2 match points on their side. Johnny Speeds are slowly saying goodbye to the tournament, but not so fast, guys. You still have a chance.
Yeah, 2 rounds is definitely, I would not say negligible difference, but it's a playable difference, and that has to surmount something, right? But so far, Trick seems to actually grasp the endings of multiple maps better.
Only 5 pistols. Okay, 4 actually. Nock will go for Galil.
Yeah, but he doesn't have helmets.
Yeah, you don't care about helmet now. It's plus W something. It's plus W. I can't imagine they would play slower round here. You just have to go for it. You just have to show you have the balls. And just push, push, push.
You have to Johnny speed it, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know why Johnny is speeding. It's illegal, but now he definitely should be speeding.
Well, they hopefully will be littering something along their way, so we can watch this masterpiece for a bit longer.
Great damage on Iceberg. That's a first bird.
Yeah, Salazar still waiting out in the open. There's quite a lot of utility for JSP to actually force him out, probably into the temple position. There's 1 smoke, so probably going for either Donuts or CT. But Iceberg, even though he has 14 HP, it takes his position and takes out Sapek. That's gonna hurt. And this is gonna hurt even more. No way for JSP
Salazar
to get through this. And this might be their farewell, because only JoeCap is alive, and that actually no longer applies. And Johnny Speeds is waving goodbye to this tournament, because it's Tricked who prevail in this masterpiece of a match to close out today's program. But yeah, I think given the importance of the duel, I would say we have gotten a proper match, Cody. Would you agree?
Yeah, definitely. At least the decider was definitely on point when both teams changed their map points at the same result, 13-9. And now it was just about who's better on the very one map, and it was slightly in favor of Team Tricked, who once again, I believe that utilized a pretty good result from the first half.
Yeah. Especially clutches, especially closures of each map. That's where Tricked were actually better team. And they managed to pull through, of course, those crucial situations always end up deciding the matches. And Johnny Speeds, man, they're going to be so disappointed, because I think they were definitely aiming for something higher. Freiberg even said it. They were extremely confident coming into this match that they would be able to... Extremely confident. They were confident that they would be able to do it.
He said it was 55-45 in their favor. So
yeah, I'm a bit tired, so excuse me for usage of a wrong word. But of course, yeah, they're gonna be disappointed. Tricked, on the other hand, are gonna be so happy. Sinners, they wasted the opportunity to go to LAN straight away without playing through a tricky play-in phase. And Sashi, on the other hand, are the first team to have the ability to do so, and we will definitely see them in Prague. And this is a bracket that you can actually see a lot of matches still to be played, a lot of question marks to be revealed. But I think the favorites are given here, and tomorrow that's going to be really interesting day, as you can see. Alliance against Colossi and Fnatic against Qual4. Again, teams with either 2-0 or 0-2.
Yeah, it's pretty surprising that Fnatic, as the region team, are on the 0-2 bracket. Of course, the roster is different, but still, it's Fnatic. You want them
reigning
to be
champions
on the top of the bracket. The story is different. They have to fight for their lives.
Yeah.
And against them, a team which qualified here, they were the lowest seeded team, I believe. Maybe Clutch Chain was actually lower. Let me take a look.
Sure,
they are both qualified, so it's not written in the VRS point system.
Yeah.
But personally, maybe they are the lowest rated team out of all, so that's a little bit expected result. But Fnatic, we are looking definitely for you to play better.
They're shaky. They're shaky at best, and I think they're hanging in balance, and we're going to see how they are able to pull through tomorrow. Of course, they're the huge favorite, not even considering the experience. But Qual4, yeah, the Romanian team, very young team, showed promise, but this is a top level, and there's not many forgiving opponents here. Anyways, probably that's it from us today. What a banger of matches. We have one team that's going to be in Prague and one team that's definitely not going to be in Prague. And tomorrow we're going to see a bit more. So that's all from us. Thank you for watching, and see you tomorrow, guys.
Good night.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je. Nebo jsi myslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.